One, two, one, two. Good morning, Madam Chair. Welcome, Commissioners, Lead Counsel. Good morning, members of the public, our viewers out there. Welcome back again to these proceedings of the Commission of Inquiry into Local Government Councils and related matters. May I now seize the opportunity to pass the floor on to the Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the floor is yours for proceedings of the day.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will, first of all, we will have our prayers. I would now like to call upon Commissioner Silla to lead us in the Muslim prayers, and then Commissioner Joyner to do so in the Christian way. Thank you so much.
لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم نشرح لك صدرك ودعنا عنك وزرك الذي أنهض ظهرك ورفعنا لك ذكرك فإنما اليسر فإذا فرحت فانصب وإلى ربك فارغب يرمت اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أهلك والخاتم لما سبق الناصر الحق بالحق والهادي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين آمين.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. Lord God, we thank you for the beginning of a new week. We pray and that you will continue to guide us in our deliberations, to seek the truth and nothing else but the truth. We want to choose this week as a week of openness and frankness. We also wish you to continue to make our paths straight. We pray that all that we do or say here will be in the interests of the community or the Gambian people at large. All this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Silla and Mr. Honorable Joyner, Honorable Silla. And may I ask the registrar to call the witness?
Welcome, Mr. Witness. Good morning. We are happy to have you back for continuation of the proceedings. Just to remind you that you are still under oath. Madam Chair, I hand over the floor to you.
Good morning, Mr. Trawale. You're welcome back. And at this point, I just wish to state that we started off a bit late because we had some little bit of technical issues with the mics, I believe. So I will now hand you over to Council to proceed. So Council, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Trawale.
Good morning.
Mr. Registrar, may I please have the exhibits? Mr. Trawale, I would like to refer you to the management letter for BASE for the period 2017 and 2018.
As usual, can I use my laptop?
Yes, I believe so. Thank you. Just let me know when you're
Yes.
ready.
Yes, BASE 2017, right?
2018, yes, 2017 and 2018.
Okay. Yes. Yes,
Okay,
that's fine. I'm there.
thanks. So the management letter states that it's for the period beginning 1st March 2017 to 31st December 2018. So some of the matters contained in the report will be outside our scope. So where possible, if you could indicate this so that we have it on record.
No problem.
Thank you.
Maybe, would you like my explanation on that?
Further, sure.
Yes. Good morning once again, Lead Council and Commissioners.
Good morning.
This is the management letter for BASE Area Council for the period 1st March 2017 to 31st December 2018. Just as I've mentioned in the last sittings, before councils were not presenting financial statements, so we don't audit them annually because financial statements were not there. So we only audit their transactions. So that's why you will see we don't audit as per year for the year ended. Instead, it's period ended because it's not based on the financial statement audit. So at times we will audit them 2 years arrears. We can go at any time of the year. So we'll just make sure that if we go, we will audit up to the last day. And then so that's why you are seeing 1st March 2017 to 31st December 2018. But from 2019, that has stopped now. They are audited annually, and then it's based on financial statement audit. Yeah. So the 2017 to mid-2018 was in the former regime, but as auditors, we are auditing the council. We are not so much particular whether it's the former regime, former administration. It's just to bring whatever is happening in the council for the stakeholders to know whether there is improvement. That will help them to know what has been happening, whether there is improvement, whether it's still, just to help for their decision making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At paragraph 1.6 of the management letter, you have a general conclusion. Can you tell us about this?
Which page is that?
I'm not sure. It's not
Page
paginated, but it's paragraph 1.6.
Okay, 1.6, right. I should be able to see that. 1.6.
At the beginning of the...
Okay, 1.0, conclusion.
Yes.
These are just the audit methodologies. If you look at it, this is outside the it's just telling you the audit objective, the objective of the audit, the methodology we use, the scope, and then the conclusion at the end of the audit. The audit revealed overall lack of proper recording of some financial transactions, non-compliance with some relevant regulation, instance of inadequate supervision, and control by immediate supervisors. So this was just a summary of what happened during the audit for that period.
Okay. So I believe from paragraph 2.0, you have the detailed findings in respect of the audit that was done for that period.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and at 2.1, you have stated that only, I believe, 3 committees were set up and functioning.
Yeah.
And that these committees were finance, development, and establishment.
Yeah.
And you had said that no reasons have been advanced for the status quo. However, we have noted a number of anomalies attributed to the non-functioning of subcommittees. The chairman stated that efforts are afoot to have the rest of the subcommittees functioning. We did not, however, have evidence to this effect. Can you elaborate on this?
Yes. This from the Act. According to the Local Government Act, there shall be a general council and related subcommittees to which responsibility will be delegated for oversight functions. And these include, but not limited to audit, education, and finance committee. This will to ensure a proper monitoring mechanism over the executive, that the CEO and the team. The CEO and the team are responsible for the day-to-day administration of the council. Then you have the councillors who are the oversight. And then the councillors also, there should be subcommittee, finance, education, agriculture, and the like. But during our review, we realized that there is a committee for finance, development, and establishment. The audit, education, and agriculture have been established, but they remain inactive. They just mention the names there, but there is no minute, no activity has been taken. So that's what we just highlighted. And no reason have been advanced for the status quo. However, we noted a number of anomalies attributed to the non-functioning of the subcommittees. The chairman stated that efforts are afoot to have the rest of the subcommittees functioning. We did not have, however, have evidence of this. These committees were, they are not finance, establishment, those ones were functioning, but the rest, the other committees were mentioned, but they are not active. So their response was, the subcommittee has already established by council, but they will be revived as indicated in your finding. So auditors further comment, we said the management response failed to indicate any course of action to be taken to address the problem. However, this will be reviewed as part of our subsequent follow-up audit. So that what happened, the committees were just there, but they are not active, and then according to their response, they will do something to make sure that they function well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Council, may I ask
Sure.
the witness a question? Mr. Tarawale, you did say that the 3 committees were the ones that were, you mentioned 3 committees that were functional.
Mm-hmm.
During the course of your investigation,
Mm-hmm.
were you availed any minutes of meetings that those committees have held over the period?
For now, I'm sure if you can allow me, if there is no minutes for their commission, I know it will come as part of the observation, so I don't just want to pray. If you want, I can go through the report again, but I know if the minutes were not there, it will be captured in this report.
Council, can you proceed?
Sure, thank you. I note that in the 2019, or rather in the audit for Bassa Area Council ending 2019, there was still an issue of committees that were not established even after the previous
So
one.
that's why we say we will.
Yes, that is
follow
when
up.
it was confirmed. I believe you confirmed that
Yeah.
there was less than 1 minute for meetings for the
exactly.
whole year for the
Exa-
committees.
Exactly. Because the way we go about it, if you go, you say that, okay, there are committees that's supposed to be existing and they are not. So before you even talk of the minutes, you talk about, for them to be established first. So, because it's risk space, yeah. But I know minutes also will be captured somewhere if it's not there, yeah.
So it would appear that even though the issue was raised for the end of 2018 and the end of 2019, it was still not addressed.
Yes, I think you said according to the 2019.
Yes.
Yeah, because I always want to refer myself to the
Yes.
report. So if I have to answer that, I will still go back to the report to
Yes.
confirm. Yeah.
This is according to 2019.
Yeah, then that's it. So that's the case.
All right. At paragraph 2.2, an issue of attendance and punctuality was raised. And I believe your assessment was that there is no apparent commitment to attendance and punctuality to work. There is a register in place for attendance, but there is no evidence to show that it is subjected to monitoring to ensure adherence. And in general, the staff of the council, and indeed some of the management staff, do not appear to be aware and or conversant with the requirements of the working documents applicable to them. Most processes and procedures appear to take place on ad hoc basis rather than in accordance with the prescribed provisions of the working documents. And you had set out implications and recommendations for this issue. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, this is about the control environment. Auditors is beyond just go and say payment voucher not here, revenue collected not bank. Auditing is beyond that. We look at the control environment because the control environment matters a lot. If there is a weak control environment, it will have an impact on the general operation of the council. During our review, we realized that there is no apparent commitment to attendance and punctuality at work. There is a time book. You see a time book, staff come in, sign in. Only few staff are in fact signing. And then during our discussion, there is no evidence that that book is been monitored to see whether people are even signing at the right time or those who have not been, whether it has been monitored, that there is no evidence of that. So in general, the staff at the council, most of them, if you have that interaction with them, they don't even know their job descriptions. They can't tell, and then maybe the documents, the policy document, they have no idea. Because some of them during the interview, you will just bring a particular document and say, according to this document, you should be doing this, you should be doing this. And then the person will tell you, I'm not aware of this, or I have never set my eye on this document. So those are some of the reasons why we brought these findings. And then their response was, there is a register in place for attendance and punctuality to work. The management will improve the monitoring to ensure adherence. So that was their responsibilities. And then the auditors further comment, we said the memo referred to in the response, because they said action to be taken, they said memo was passed. And then auditors were like, the memo referred to in the response has not been shared with us for review, so therefore we could not verify that. When we come up with this query, they said they sent a memo to all the staff for punctuality and the signing board. That copy of that memo has not been submitted to us.
Okay, so you're unable to verify that it was actually done?
Yeah.
At paragraph 2.4, I believe it relates to what you have just spoken about. You have stated that there's a draft scheme of service for local government services which gives details of individual designations and responsibilities, but that the draft scheme of service is still a draft and you cannot place any reliance on it, but that it appeared that some of the staff did not possess the required qualifications for relevant positions. Are you able to recall what positions these were?
Yes, this was just a general review of the files, because if I am appointed as Director of Finance, for example, and then as auditors come and then said, Bakari doesn't have the competency to be appointed as Director of Finance. What is the benchmark? That can be very subjective. For you to say somebody is not competent, there should be a scheme of service guideline to say maybe the person to be appointed Director of Finance must have this qualification, must have this experience, must have this. But if that is not there, and then how can I defend my point that Mr. So-and-so is not competent or is not qualified? So that's what we're trying to highlight here. We realize that you see people in positions, you go to their file, you don't see any qualification. You have some up to the position of head of units, head of departments. Maybe the only certificate you see is just the training here and there, or grade 12 certificate. But again, as auditors, we are constrained. Because if we want to say, Mr. So-and-so doesn't have the qualification, what qualification? What's the yardstick, the benchmark for the person to hold that position? So there is a scheme of service, because the scheme of service will give the details of the individual designation, the responsibility, and then the required entry for that position. But that scheme of service was developed but was at the draft stage. So a document that was at draft stage, we cannot actually put rely on. So the reason why we brought it, so that the authority can know that this document is very relevant and they need to do something to make sure that it is finalized so that it can be used. So I think that's what we are trying to bring out here. Their response, they say the management and the relevant stakeholders will make sure that the draft scheme of service is approved in order for it to be binding. The auditors further comment, the situation remains the same as the draft scheme of service still remain unapproved. There is also no evidence provided to us that stakeholders have been engaged by the council regarding the approval of this scheme of service.
Okay.
Council, may I come in here? Thank you. Mr. Trawale, talking about the scheme of service, was looking into the issues of employment, was reference not drawn to the role of the Service Commission at the level of the ministry? Because I may say that you are guided by the regulations and all these issues that border the governance of these councils.
Yes, you know, when because this is about a particular council, because each finding, because you will have a lot of regulations, a lot of acts, but each and every finding, there are findings that you want to quote from a specific regulation that is talking specifically about that issue. The relationship or the function of the Service Commission, I'm not very clear about that, because the issue here at the time was like the competency of the recruitment. And then even if the Service Commission is doing the recruitment for certain positions, what document are they using to guide themselves to recruit a particular individual for a particular position? So that is where we came across this scheme of service. The scheme of service was detailed because it could have been a very good tool in the recruitment process. But we realized that it was at draft stage. And then we said, okay, before you talk about details now, this document that is in draft stage, I think it's important, for the stakeholders to know that this document is critical as far as recruitment is concerned, and it needs to be approved so that it can be used as one of the tools, that will help them, and then the auditors also will be making follow-up. Because if the scheme of services, somebody needs to be a chartered accountant, for example, to be a director of finance, and then the council appointed somebody who is not a chartered accountant, the auditors can easily flag that. According to the scheme of service, you need to possess this qualification, but we reviewed that easy. But if that was addressed, I think that was the constraint. I'm not sure if that's your question.
Just to follow up on that, my question particularly is reference to the fact that the Service Commission is responsible for issues of staffing, payment of emoluments to staff, and some other issues as contained, you understand, in what is setting up the commission, that is the act setting up the commission. So I am of the view that the staffing issues of the councils are already taken care of in a particular legislation. So that is my take, whether you people had the opportunity to look at that legislation vis-a-vis with the issues of staffing. Because when you talk about the issue of staffing, you will, of course, understand that they will provide the criteria, the conditions and all that stuff, the requirements, the qualifications. So the commission could be in a better position to highlight or to provide, a metrics, or it will provide what is required, you know, in terms of staff selection. So that is yeah, my question was in that context.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't come across any document or any of that corresponding from the Service Commission. And though this was 2020, it's 2017, 2018 audit, but it was conducted in 2020. I don't know how functional was the Service Commission, because our audit will only be limited to the documents that are provided to us. And then here, I think what is key here was you have a scheme of service that specify all these things, and it's a very good document. So now, what we are trying to flag out, this is a very good document that whether it has been developed by the Service Commission or maybe the Ministry or Council, we are not sure of that, and we don't know we don't know the document that the Service Commission is using to guide themselves in their recruitment. We are not sure of that. But we found this document at the draft stage, and then we think it's a very good document. If approved, you know, it can be a very good guide in the recruitment process. And then again, the Service Commission, even though, because my relationship with them, I have no idea about the Service Commission, to be honest, even though I keep expressing my frustration about the Service Commission, if they can collaborate with the National Audit Office, because I believe whether they are even seeing our reports or not, I'm not sure. But I would like to meet the Service Commission, if possible, so that we can discuss about some of these recruitment issues at the councils. But I don't have that opportunity to meet with them. I know there are 2 occasions where I was called on the Friday evening and was like, the Service Commission will be meeting tomorrow if you can attend. I said, no, I don't just go and attend meetings like that. You have to write to the Auditor General. Whatever I'm doing it on behalf of the Auditor General. But this will be, you know, after my several requests, like if it is possible to meet the Service Commission so that we can discuss about these staffing issues at the councils. So, but to be honest, just to answer short, I don't have much idea about the document the Service Commission is using in the recruitment, because I can't find them in any of the files. So we are limited when it comes to that.
Did you write formally to request meeting for the Service Commission?
No, I haven't. This was because audit, as part of the audit procedures, it's not only about, but at times you can make inquiry, you can make follow. I haven't, because I was thinking some of these things, they should even request that from me. So at times I don't also want it to be like I'm forcing myself. It's just out of concern, but I'm just like, I don't want it to be like I'm forcing myself. But I've been informally making a lot of follow-up to have that opportunity so that we can look at these things all together.
Thank you so much. Council, back to you.
Thank you. Can I just ask, following that, did you make these follow-ups with the ministry or with the council themselves?
About the scheme of service?
About the issue of the commission, the local government service
to have
commission.
meeting with them?
Yes.
Yes, hence it was informal.
Yes.
It was informal, yes. But I have been making these follow-up with the councils. Even when the new auditor general, with the former auditor general, I've been making effort, and even with the new auditor general too, I just asked him if he can also step in and then make that follow-up with the ministry, so that at least, because we realize that there are a lot of abnormality when it comes to the recruitment process, especially at certain positions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Permit me to seek clarity on this thing about scheme of service. Is it a unified scheme of service that you're talking about that should emanate from the commission? Or is it a scheme of service that has to come from the local government itself?
It's the local government itself.
The local, okay.
Yeah, it's the local government itself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Troy, let me refer you to paragraph 2.7 on the areas of rates and taxes. So you have stated that you noted from your review a reported balance of 2,457,848 being areas of rates and taxes as of December 31st, 2018. But then you went on to state further issues. Can you elaborate on those?
Yes. These are the areas of rates and taxes according to their budget. The rates and taxes that's supposed to be collected for that period. And then review revealed that 2,457,848 were still in arrears, not collected. And then we are like, the tax at 31st December. However, there was no documentary evidence to confirm the assessment criteria used in determining the rates charged for. Because if you said we expecting to collect 4 million, for example, auditors, because it need to be at least the process. How do you determine that you are expected to collect 4 million? So we report this, but again, we said we are not sure the criteria used, because rates and taxes is not just there, line there, you just have to go and collect it. You have to, go and then collection method or whatever, what method, and then how did they come with that figure? I think that is what we are trying to bring out. They said there is areas of 2,457,000 at the end of 2018, but what criteria? We are not provided with the criteria used in determining the rates and taxes that they're supposed to collect for that period. So that was the challenge, but there was no management response to this query.
So you've audited other councils, and you usually, well, I'm assuming that you have seen the scale of fees or whatever it's called for the councils that would indicate, like for license fees, what they're charging for different establishments within the area. And maybe for some councils, they might have a role which would have the properties within their area and how much they charge. So you're saying that is what you could not find for Basse for that period?
Yes, because each and every council at the beginning of the year, you have to prepare your budget.
Yes.
Budget is not only the expenditure, but even the revenue that you are expected to receive. The revenue that you are expected to receive for 2018, for example. And then that revenue, I think the forecast will be based on the number of properties, the number of raids, the number of these things. So that will give you, the amount that you are expected to collect. Then at the end of the year, if you said, this is what I'm supposed to collect, but this is the areas that I'm not able to collect. So for us, we are saying, okay, that's fine. But how do you determine? That evidence is what was not provided to us. Because you haven't shown us any property register, you haven't shown us. I'm not sure if you even know the number of compounds or the number of subs or the number of this in that locality. Then how do you determine that this is the amount that I'm expected to collect? I think that's the substance of the query here.
Thank you. I refer you to 2.9.1. Actually, on 2.8 and 2.9.1, which deal with postings, financial issues, posting in ranges. And you have noted that from your review of the collector's cash books, there's a pervasive practice of posting GTRs in ranges. You have found numerous misstatements with such postings in the form of underreporting of collections. I believe that's actually linked to 2.10. But first of all, I think you may have told us, but tell us again, what are GTRs?
GTRs mean General Triplicate Receipt Books. That's the receipt book the revenue collectors use to collect taxes or whatever in the markets and other subs. Yeah.
Okay.
General Triplicate Receipt Books.
Okay. So can you elaborate on the issue of the fact that you found a pervasive practice of posting GTRs in ranges, and it has resulted in several misstatements?
This 2.8, right?
2.9.1.
Okay, 2.9.1. Yes, posting in ranges. We noted from our review of collector's cash book of a pervasive practice of posting GTRs in ranges. We have found numerous misstatements with such postings in form on the reporting of collection. Yeah, what we're trying to explain here is like the receipt book. When I collect rate from this one, because receipt books are serially numbered. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then these receipt books, if you collect, the collectors also need to enter these receipt books, the amount collected, You have to enter it into a cash book. And then that cash book has a number. It has to say receipt book number 1, you enter that one in the cash book. The amount collected, you just enter and the date. But what happened was, like, you will see a collector, for example, a receipt book number 1 to 30, instead of recording them clearly in the cash book, receipt book number 1, 500, the date collected, that will make review very easy. But instead, there will be a receipt book, this date, 22nd March 2022, receipt book 1 to 30, $5,000. So we like, it's not clear. And then when the auditors want to trace these receipt book individually, and they realize that there are a lot of shortages. So that's what we are trying to bring out here. Instead of doing that one, just record the one by one. Receipt date 38th March, receipt book 001, the amount collected, it will be clear, so that it will be easier. If any receipt book that there is a shortage, the auditors will be able to trace that particular receipt book. This is the amount collected, but the amount recorded is short. Where is the money? But instead of doing that, they will just want to this and just put everything together and then write a particular amount, which makes it difficult and is not a best practice. So that's what we are trying to bring in. And then for them, they said the management will make sure that collectors will make serial entries in the cash book, and they say collector has been warned to comply or disciplinary measure will be taken against them. And the auditor's further comment is saying we have not been provided with evidence of warning to collectors regarding the above. However, we'll verify this in our subsequent engagement.
Okay.
Council, may I ask?
Sure.
Yes. These several misrepresentations in these books, is it a recurrent issue in the 2019 findings?
This was 2017, 2018, but I know similar things are still happening in the 2019. Similar issues, are still happening.
Council, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just trying to see if I can see any similar thing in the 2019 report.
Okay, yeah.
But let me refer you to paragraph 2.10.
Okay.
About payment from collection. You have indicated that you note on several or in numerous instances that payments are made directly from collections before being lodged. The collectors involved in this practice range from senior to even junior collectors. The junior collectors reported that they have been authorized by management, principally Director of Finance, to either incur or hand over part of the collections. Can you tell us about this?
Yes, this is payment from collection, because the best practice, and then in fact not only best, but according to the financial regulations, any revenue collected should be banked before you spend it. But the councils at the time, the practice was revenue collectors will go and collect the money. Instead of taking it to the bank, they will use that money to be spending it. And then if you make follow, they will say like, I've been instructed by the Director of Finance or the CEO or whatever, to make payments from this money collected. This is what we have flagged. It's against the financial regulation, and then it's not a best practice. And then their response was the management has instructed the Director of Finance to stop collectors doing payment from the revenue collected. And then our auditors further comment, we are not provided with any evidence of the instruction given to the Director of Finance or the establishment of the petty cash system. We will make follow-up in this. So our recommendation was like, we can't say council cannot be holding physical money, but that's why you have the petty cash system. If you need certain, transactions, you can have a petty cash and then use those money to, to sort out those immediate transactions, unforeseen transactions. But any huge payment, money should be in the bank. You should raise a payment back and follow the formal payment procedures and then draw a check and do the withdrawal. Rather than collectors come with the money, you just use the money without banking it. So they said they've warned the Director of Finance, but as auditors, it's evidence-based. If you just tell me, yes, we have warned or instructed the Director of Finance to stop. We don't see any evidence of that warning.
Okay. So in this instance where the collectors have said that they've been authorized to do this by the Director of Finance, would you usually check with the Director of Finance that what they're saying is correct?
Yes, it's the practice, because this response, even if you look at the response, the response is from the management, and they say the management has instructed the Director of Finance to stop collecting this. So meaning, because the Director of Finance is part of the management, so meaning yes, they've agreed.
Okay.
But it's happening. It was a norm at the council at the time.
Okay.
Yes, Council, before you proceed, you were saying that the collection by the collectors, using the money without banking it, was the practice then. So it is now your evidence that the councils are not into that practice anymore. Is that your evidence?
No, I said was the practice by them, because I'm referring to 2017, 2018. So that's why I say was the practice by them. I know it is still a practice. Normally, I don't want to answer questions without referring myself to my report, but I know it is for sure. I'm certain this because I'm confident it is still happening. Though it has reduced, but it is still happening. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Paragraph 2.11 deals with suppression of collections. And you note that there are discrepancies amounting to $60,355 with collections in respect of certain collectors. The amount collected and the amounts lodged and receipted were found to be different. And there's a table setting out the collectors and the amounts and the dates. Now, some of these dates are clearly outside of our scope, but can you just tell us about the implication of the suppression of collections?
Yes, these are the collect, because it all boils down to that. You go and then you collect. You use the receipt book to collect. You collect 5,000 for a day, and then in the cash book where you should report the amount collected, and then you will see them recording 4,000. You collected 5,000. The receipt book given to you, you collected 5,000. But when you are recording in your cash book, because the cash book that is where you record the money collected, and the receipt number, you record 4,000 in the cash book. So some of these things, even in the amount, somebody might say, oh, but 60,000 is small, but there are certain findings in audit, they are material by nature. You don't look at the amount, but you look at the practice. So this has been happening, at the councils, and then our recommendation was management should ensure that the suppressed amount in question be recovered and evidence provided for our audit verification, because you are suppressing revenue. You collect 5,000, you recorded 4,000, the 1,000. So these are things that will keep on a daily basis, different cashiers doing that one, and this is just on sample basis. And then the management response was, the management will ensure that the suppressed amount in question are paid, recovered, and evidence will be provided. And they said monitoring and supervision of collectors' book will be a continuous process to avoid the reoccurrence. Warning letter was issued to the collectors. Auditors further comment, we are not provided with evidence of the recoveries, and the warning letters referred to in the response, we will verify this in our subsequent audit. This was 2018, but audit was conducted in 2020.
So was anything found in 2019?
If you look at the 2019 report, maybe there is a portion for prior year matters, follow up on prior year matters. If it was not solved, it will be captured in the 2019 report. Prior year matters.
Council, you can proceed.
Thank you. There's a similar issue in paragraph 2.12, which is unaccounted tickets and revenue earning books. Please tell us more.
Yes, these revenue earning books, we noted an amount of 25,000 were not accounted for during the period under review. That means this serial number amount 5,000, the collector's name. You know, if you look at the table, the other one, they were not submitted. You know that, okay, receipt book has been given to Mr. So-and-so, but during the audit, we can't see that, the copy of that receipt book. So we don't know. It's unaccounted. It has been written to you, but we don't, the money collected from that, whether it has been used or not, we don't know. It has not been submitted to us. And then that's what has been happening for the first three. And then the other one is to collect rates, the amount not determined, and then remark the GTR has been torn off the book. It's like they just tore off the book. Auditors cannot read the figures there. And then the other one, the two of them are like that, and the other one was supplied to the collector but not accounted for in his cash book. He collected but doesn't record it. So these are unaccounted. We don't know the amount collected. We don't know whether it has been banked because there is no record. So that's why we said unaccounted. And their response was the management will ensure that revenue booked in question are properly accounted for and evidence will be produced for audit verification. For your information, Mr. So-and-so GTR number has been recovered. And then the auditors were like, there is no evidence provided to us to confirm the recovery of the book in question. We will confirm this in the upcoming audit. So maybe if you go to the follow-up, if it has been regularized, auditors will say implemented also.
Thank you. 2.1.3, on the expenses not acknowledged, you have stated that it came to your attention that the below listed collectors have made a number of payments out of the collections, but which have not been acknowledged by the receiving cashier. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, during the review of the sample of collectors, it came to our attention that the below listed collectors have made a number of payments out of the collections, but which have not been acknowledged by the receiving cashier. The table below gives the details. The voucher being payment of 2 night allowance, 1,300, and then the collector, because like you made payment, you are a collector, you just collect 5,000, and then we asked, where is this 5,000 collected? You said, I have paid GNPC this 5,000. I just collect the money and then I use it to make a payment. But the person you've paid, there's no evidence that you've actually paid this. There is no signature. There is no evidence that that person has been paid. These are internal control weaknesses, and then we just like refund of transport fare. These are control weaknesses and they are serious. They've reduced drastically now, I can tell you that. I can just, you have councils where they even pay their own salary. You go to the market, you collect 500, they say keep it. You go to the market, this happens in the Lumos most of the time. You collect another 1,000, they said keep it. At the end of the month, the money you have the money you collected, they said, okay, you can use that one as your salary. This has been happening. It's reduced, but still you still have things like that. So these are some of the internal control weaknesses that we are trying to highlight. You'll collect your money, maybe they will say, if you ask them collector, they will say, no, Director of Finance said, let me use it to pay a particular supplier. But there's no evidence that that money has been. And even if it is genuine, but payments has a procedure that need to be followed. They need to be authorized, payment vouchers has to be raised and then approved, but not that everybody can just collect money and go and do the payment on behalf of the council. That's why you have a Director of Finance and his team responsible for that. Even the CEO cannot make payment from the without being authorized by the Director of Finance. So that's what we're trying to bring out here. And then their response was, the Chief Executive Officer has acknowledged the said amount, and then the Chief Executive Officer has instructed the Director of Finance to account for the 7,000, but that is just one payment. Maybe that payment was for him. And then no evidence was retrospective provided to us to confirm such instructions.
Thank you. 2.1.4, is assets, the assets register.
Yes.
And this is an issue that we noted
Yes.
came up in 2019
yes,
as
these
well.
have
It was
been,
not
recurring issues.
dealt with.
Yeah.
There were several motorbikes that were purchased. So in 2019, the 2019 report, they had said that it was difficult to maintain an asset
Yes.
register because
Yes.
some of the assets were 30 years old or
Yeah.
so. But then in these cases with the motorbikes, I don't believe that they were that old, but you have indicated that there's no asset value, there's no date of purchase. There's purchase of 4 tractors, no date of purchase, no tag numbers, no
Yeah.
depreciation value, etc.
Yes.
Can you tell us about this?
Yes. And then for their yes, this asset register, because the purpose of the asset register is for you to know the asset that you have in the property of the council. If you buy any asset, the date you purchase that asset, the cost you purchase that asset, the location of that asset, the condition of that asset, all these things need to be captured in the asset register so that at any point in time, the stakeholders will know this is the asset that belongs to the council. But for them, you will see assets. For example, not all assets were recorded in the register. There's completeness, the value, the cost amount it was purchased wasn't known, the actual location of the asset, reference numbers, because all of them need to be marked so that you can know this asset actually belongs to the council. And so for them, this was not happening. Purchase of motorbike for councillors, no asset value. We don't know the amount it was purchased for. No asset value. All the motorbikes, bicycles purchased, there was no asset value. And then the management response was, the management has established a register and has been upgraded to the standard required by the manual and will be maintained in an appropriate state at all times to enable them exercise. So that's what they said in 2017, 2018, but in 2019 it was still occurring. Yeah.
And did you get a chance, by any chance, did you get a chance to read through the special report that was prepared by the Internal Audit Department?
Yes, I know it is still part of that
I believe one of the issues raised was
still,
that they said they had mobility issues because there's no transportation.
It's still an issue, yeah.
Thank you. 2.15, you have stated that there's the payroll establishment register was incomplete. What are the risk factors with this?
Yes, the payroll, this is the staff of the council. We realized that you go to their files, there is no appointment letter for some staff, no birth certificate, retirement dates were not known, and we also noted a discrepancy between the position and grade on the file and payroll. For example, you see somebody, if you look at the first staff name, was appointed in September 2011, and then remark the different dates between the establishment register and the appointment letter. Establishment register means all the staff, their position, the day they were appointed, their basic salary. That's the establishment register. But if you look at the payroll, the actual database used to pay salaries, there is different. And then these things should always be, what is in your establishment register and the payroll should always be the same. But, so we have some names, and the other one without birth certificate and identification number, no date of birth. So these are some of the, abnormalities in the payroll. You see somebody, the appointment date is not there, appointment letter is not there. So as auditors, if we go to, when we look at the payroll, we see, okay, Bakari is being paid $8,000. We go to Bakari's file, no appointment letter. We don't even know your position. Maybe in the payroll we see director, but we go to your file, we can't see your appointment letter. So we don't even know when were you appointed, what is your position, and then we cannot verify how accurate is the payroll transactions. So management responded to say, management has instructed the finance department to urgently review and complete the establishment register payroll with accurate details for the employee. These are still now, it's reduced, but still now they're happening. any audit, anytime we go back, we will be making follow-up. And then, yeah, there is improvement, to be honest, on some of these things. There is improvement.
Because I know you noted that some staff were paid lower than their actual grades as well.
Yes, because that's what I'm just saying. Because you look at, this is what caused it. You know, you look at your file, you are this, so meaning there is no comprehensive payroll system. So at some point, what caused that is discretionary in paying allowance. You will even see two staff, the other one is receiving this allowance. They all live at the same place, the same position. The other one is paid transport of 500, the other one paying transport of 300, for example. And then you ask why this, they can't justify. They can't justify.
Sorry. So it is true that during the course of your findings, you found out that because of the lack of comprehensive payroll register, the councils were discretionally paying salaries or allowances as they wish.
For some, it happens. We have that type of scenarios because, and that is bound to happen because if you don't have any policy in place, let's say transport is for people living at this, and if you don't have those documents, people have the freedom to use their discretion if you are not honest. So this is what has been happening, and then now things like this are happening, but very minimal, and this is more common at the rural councils. I can remember at a time, most of these things will not be, I will not write formally to the ministry, but I will be in the field and immediately I will call somebody at the ministry just to bring these things to their attention, because I'll be like, these are serious issues. And then I will not blame anybody more than the ministry, because you have your inspection unit, you have your whatever, and this has to do with people's emolument, personal emolument. They can be very sensitive. If I am living in the same compound with somebody, and they paying him 500 for transport and they pay me 300, what is the justification? As auditors, we don't see any policy document. So the ministry need to regulate some of these things immediately. It has reduced, you have follow-up, but still, you still have some of these things, but it has reduced, to be honest, drastically.
Thank you. In 2.16, you have noted that the council does not maintain a register for fuel, and that the current administration of fuel procurement is the direct purchase from vendors on a need basis. Most of the procurements were found not to be sufficiently documented. Can you take us through this?
Yes, because fuel register also is part of the requirement that each and every institution should maintain a fuel register. Fuel can be on a need basis at times, maybe the director of some institution, but the policy should clarify that. If it is part of your entire, every month, maybe 20,000, that's fine. Auditors will just confirm that this is clear, it's part of the policy. If you are a director of finance, you are entitled to 20,000 every month and it's given to you and then you use it. But we don't have anything of that. If it is based on need basis, whoever, if a fuel is purchased, if you are taking fuel 500, it needs to be recorded in the fuel register, the vehicle number, and then although the sample of fuel register has been given to them. But we realize that fuel has just been used and then there is no fuel register, because the fuel register will give the fuel issue, the date, the vehicle that fuel has been issued to. But there was nothing like that. And the current administration of fuel procurement is the direct purchase from the vendors on a need basis. Most of the procurement were found not to be sufficiently documented. Because fuel, you cannot just go and then buy fuel, but there should be a procurement process when it comes to the supply of fuel. But that has not been happening. And then they said management has established a fuel register and controlled by the procurement officer. They said that was the issue. And then auditors further comment, the evidence of the establishment of fuel register has not been provided for us at that time.
In 2.17, you've indicated that the council did not maintain a petty cash system.
Yeah.
Please take us through that.
Yes, because this came as a result of the collectors collecting money and then using it to pay. That's why we recommend, because this is from the financial regulation, you can maintain a petty cash system so that, you know, small payments, emergency payments can be used from the petty cash. And then at the end of the month, you retire the unspent, and then, you know, you reimburse it. That's just to minimize, you know, the act of handling large cash in the office and then spending it without being banked. And then they are like, yeah, they will take up that responsibility. But still now, they maintain petty cash, but councils are still making money payment from the money collected. There is improvement, but it's still happening.
And you have raised payment voucher queries in the further 2.18. Actually, there's several financial issues under 2.18.
Yes.
And it goes to 2.18.4, I believe.
Yes, these are payments not acknowledged. Yeah, these are the payment process. They're just trying to identify some of the weaknesses in the payment processes. Let's say payment without adequate supporting document, because if you are making payment from the sample of vouchers, the following payments were found not to be adequately documented, but these were all 2017, the first part of 2017.
Yes, I just see that.
They are all part of the first part of 2017. Yes.
But can you tell us the implications without going
into
into
and then not acknowledge. Yeah, because
yes.
Because what happened was, this is still happening though. But it's still happening. You have to pay somebody. Maybe the person is traveling. All what we see is just the payment voucher and the check. But the supporting document to say what is this payment all about is not there. That's what we mean by without supporting document. The traveling. What is the purpose of the travel? The invitations for that. The proposal. So you don't see anything. You just say, you just say payment of night allowance, and then you don't know what that night allowance is all about. And then you even see payments to fuel a particular car, and all what you see maybe is just BJL or whatever. And then you said, is this a staff of the council? They said it's not a staff of the council, but these things has reduced drastically. These things has what I'm trying to say, by then I think the fuel or some of these payments will be used to pay individuals who has no connection with the council. So these are some of the things that we have flagged in the early part in the 2017 reports. Yeah. So gradually now we just make sure that I think these are things that cannot continue. So gradually things like that reduce a bit. Yeah.
Come in here. In your reconciliation of the income and expenditure, were you able to have the opportunity to peruse their bank transactions?
Are you talking specifically about a particular finding? Or?
Yes, what I mean is, you know, we are talking about the Basse Area Council. I said when you were doing the reconciliation between the income they have and the expenditures they have done, were you able to peruse their banking transactions by getting their bank statements in order to find out, you know, some of the transactions that they have done?
Yeah, because auditors, if you prepare your income and expenditure statement, there must be documents or source documents that you use to prepare your income and expenditure statement. Then auditors will request for some of those, you know, source documents, those figures. How do you arrive at those figures? The payments also, they will make follow-up. They will request for the bank statement. So, yeah, auditors does that during the audit.
Yes, in this circumstance, were you able to get the statements covering this period from their banks?
This period is 2017-2018, and they have not prepared any income and expenditure statement for that period.
If I am getting you correctly, are you saying that they did not avail to you bank statements during that period? No,
what I mean, you know, your question is,
yes,
you now review of the income statement, income and expenditure statement. So I'm saying this period that we are discussing, there was no income and expenditure statement prepared. We were only looking at their transactions because there is no income and expenditure, but we wouldn't say, you know, we are not going to audit because there is no income and expenditure statement, but we look at the internal control weaknesses that are found. So if you look at the bank transaction, all these things are because bank transaction issues will come under financial weaknesses happening at the council. So if you look at these, maybe the bank statement issue might not come. I know the bank reconciliation issues were problems because that is more of the reason why they cannot even prepare a financial statement, income and expenditure statement. So we might not say, you might not see specifically bank statement not provided or not submitted, but maybe for that period there might be issues that are more significant, that are more of high risk than that bank statement issues. And that's what we are just bringing it out. Because if you look at this, payment criteria, the lead counsel, payment without adequate supporting documents, these were financial issues at that period. And then you have payment not acknowledged or supported by receipts, salary for the development officer, and then all the, but there is no receipt. You cannot see any supporting document to support these things. And then you have single source procurement, you know, single source procurement. This was an inappropriate payment method. So banks reconciliations were not being performed. So that means there is no bank statement. They don't submit bank all the bank statement for the period.
So I just want to be clear whether it is found in your evidence that they were not paying these rates and taxes into their various banks.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the deposit.
Yes, the deposits.
Oh, okay. Okay. There were some banks there, but you know, if you look at the finding, if people are collecting money and then spending it without banking it, so now that obviously that is going to affect your even the cash flow or whatever. So for us now, other transactions, if the payment is done, we confirm that, but it will be very minimal because most of the payments are through cash. They receive cash and they spend from that cash. It's like what you are collecting, you just spend it. So very little amount, you know, has been deposited at the bank. So that's why the bank amount by then is not very material. It's not of high risk because most of the money collected have been spent. Yeah.
Thank you. Council, you can proceed.
Thank you. You started talking about the single source procurement issue in 2.18.4. 2.18.4. I know that there are two issues raised in the table. One of them is 2017 and the other one is 2018. Okay. And you've noted that payments amounting to 66,000 have been made and they do not comply with GPPA requirements of triple sourcing. So can you please elaborate on that issue?
2.18.4, right?
Yes, single source procurements.
Let me just get it. 2.18. Okay, the other one is, okay, 3rd October being payment of
yes.
house items for 32,000.
Yes.
Yes, this one is like payment, single source procurement. We noted from tests that payment amounting to 66,000 have been made which did not comply. Because according to the GPPA, by then any payment more than 10,000, by then you need to get a three quotation from GPPA so that you can go in for the, you know, this is just to make sure that you get value for money. And then there is that, you know, fair trading, you know, because so that a particular vendor or whatever will not be favored. But in this case, we think that they purchase these house items for about 32,000, and then there is no evidence that they collected the three quotations. So that's what we've just reported.
And 2.18.5 deals with inappropriate payments. The is it vouchers?
Yes.
The details in the table we can't deal with, but can you talk us through the actual issue and the implication?
Yes, this was the early part of 2017. What happened was we noted during our examination of a sample of vouchers that payments have been made for activities which did not relate to the council. In other instances, payments have been made which did not have sufficient authorization. So these particular payments were, the other one was the travel clearance approved for the team from the ministry did not include, somebody was paid per diem, but if you look at the list from the ministry, his name was not there. And then the other one being payment of per diem, a rate of 1,000 was paid to the recipient based on discretion rather than approved rate. So these were the two issues in that table. The other one, they paid them per diem, but his name is not on the list, but was paid. And the other one, they just paid, they said per diem payment, 1,000, and then there was no rate of that 1,000 anywhere. So we believe it might just be a discretion.
Have you found that these are issues that have reduced, or?
Yes, yes. Things like this has reduced now. Things like this has reduced. This was in March 2017 and February 2017.
Now, in the 2019 report, so in 2017-2018, you had stated that there's no basis for the collection of rates, amongst other things.
Say that again?
You had said that there was no basis in 2017 and 2018.
Yes, we just had the basis used in determining the rates to be collected, and then what you said areas of this. What basis do you use to come up with that figure?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what was, yeah. That
so
what was.
in 2019, there's an annex to your report.
Okay.
And it's for licensed areas. I believe they had stated that they had areas of a bit over 100,000. And the annex, I believe, is supposed to detail the basis of the areas. At that time, were you provided with perhaps a fee scale for the licenses? Because I note that for the same kind of, for the same business type, you have different prices.
Yeah.
So
I think this is a general issue when it comes to this valuation, how they come up with the pricing. A particular business should pay this, a particular this, and this is where I believe there are a lot of subjectivity in it, and then it's like it's difficult for the auditors to even see a unified this thing that the auditors can follow. Okay, those in the greater Banjul or this type of business, this is the actual tariff, this is the actual tariff, or whatever. So it's the valuation. It has to do with the valuation. How do you value and then determine the price? So this is a issue. It's a cross-cutting issue, and then we always flag it, and then still now it is happening. So I don't know specifically whether that is your question or.
Yeah, so my question was really that as at 2019,
yes,
did they have any such scale of fees that they showed to you?
No.
They just provided the...
Yes. Okay. So we get, and then the other thing is, at times even the rates and this thing that they are using, especially in the rural council, they will say, I don't know, a particular building, $100 is, or things like that. Because what this thing is just talking about is that some of these things have been there many years ago, and they have not been amended, they have not been, reviewed to capture the current realities, and then they're just using it. So when that happened, if at all there is a rate in 2000 and many years ago, and then you're supposed to, they said this should be charged $100 or $200, the collector can go there and then use his discretion. You can say, no, 500, just give me 500, and then maybe just so these are some of the things happening. So it needs a collective this to make sure that at least there is standardization, and then auditors can use that one during the audit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, do you know whose responsibility it is to provide those guidelines?
I think if you look at our recommendation, we will be like, because some of these things will be like the ministry. For us, we will say the ministry, because we feel that I will not know exactly whose responsibility it is to provide those guidelines. Most of the time, we are not even specifically to say the ministry, because we'll say the stakeholder, the council should work with the necessary stakeholders to make sure that these documents are reviewed and then capture the actual reality. But we will copy the ministry because they are the oversight. so that at least they will have a stake in it. So if we will not be clear exactly whose responsibility, but we will say the management of the council should, in consultation with the required relevant stakeholders, need to look into this and to come up with a guideline. So, and we will copy the ministry.
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe this would be a convenient point to break for. Oh, I believe Commissioner Joyner has questions.
Thank you very much, Council. Mr. Traore,
yeah.
I am bemused of the fact that with all what you have highlighted as problems that faced the Basse, and yet still you are emphatic enough to say your 2019 audit was clean.
Yes.
I'm a bit confused.
Yes, this particular report was 2017-2018, and then 2017-2018, we don't express any opinion on this because no financial statement was prepared for this period. This is 2017, March 2017 to 31st December 2018. So I wasn't, there was no financial statement. So when we get to the National Assembly, because if you bring some of this question, by then there was new administration, change of government and the likes, and then they would like, I'm not aware, this was in my time, then we come to a resolution at the National Assembly that let them start fresh now from 2019. But this transactions audit will still continue because you still have to identify what are some of the internal control weaknesses at the councils. But the financial statement, because for you to prepare a financial statement, there must be record. If there is no record, you cannot manufacture figures and prepare a financial. We said now, you people took over in mid-2018. So 2019, because this was 2020, 2019, you should have something to start with and prepare a financial statement. Basse Area Council, during this 2019 audit, they made effort because some of the balances that are there, by then they had a new administration, new CEO, and then he worked so hard, to be honest, because I always use him at that time as an example, even at the National Assembly. They appointed somebody from the Ministry of Education as the new CEO from the public sector, and then he worked so hard with his finance director to make sure that at least something is done by working with the audit team. If I say by working with the audit team, they will bring figures and we will verify them, and they were able to build their financial statement for 2019, and then it was a clean opinion. And then I think that period, it was only Basse that has a clean opinion. You know, audit, clean opinion, because audit will give reasonable assurance. It doesn't mean that everything, but you look at the materiality of the misstatements. If they are not pervasive and the material enough to, have an impact on your opinion, you can say, according to our things, there's nothing material enough for us to say it is not true and fair. That's what happened for 2019. Yeah.
Any more questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Traore, good morning.
Good morning.
Is it a normal procedure for taxpayers' money to be paid into the financial director's personal account?
No, the fact that personal account, even being taxpayers' money or any other money, finance director, no money should be paid to a personal account of any person. That is why the money, just to say it's no, it's not. No way that can be, yeah. It's not.
But we have seen it in the audit reports of Basse Area Council that monies were paid into the finance director's account, personal account.
Yes, that's true, and that's why action has been taken. The people involved been arrested, and That is it. So it should not have happened. That's why that action has been taken.
Any further questions? Okay. I believe that it is a convenient point to break for tea break, and then we will come back after 30 minutes. So we will be back here by 12:25.
And they're saying that this expenditure relates to spending on national, social, religious, and welfare events taking place under the auspices of the council. These are payments effected towards national events, women empowerment, religious activities, and condolences as part of the social services undertaken by the council. Do they provide any?
As anticipated, government subvention is not forthcoming. Details are sent in snapshots and the activities undertaken during the year. So these are the details of their development expenditure. They are just trying to explain the amount spent on development expenditure, how it was spent, and then they page 6. Proper maintenance of main book. Okay. According to the regulation 902 of the Financial and Accounting Manual for local government authorities, state that the cash book is the main book of inventory, in which all the cash receipt and cash payment are recorded on a daily basis. The cash book is hereby required to fully analyze receipts and payments to various and so of cash or check are recorded on the debit side, and all payments by cash on the side. The cash book, this is where debit and credit. Money received goes to the debit side. The payments done are recorded at the credit side. Just to show, okay, this is. But if you are recording this, if tickets are issued to cash collectors, they go to the market, collect whatever they have. When they come, they have to tender their receipt and the money collected. So cash book, on a daily basis, you need to record all this in the date, the receipt number. This was the receipt number I used to collect this amount. There will be a receipt number, amount collected, you record them at the debit side. All the payments done also have to record them at the credit side. And then each of these will have a column. If it is from trade licensing, it is from this, it is from this, all these things need to be collected. So at the end of the month, balance this cash book so that they've balanced. So this cash book, that's why you perform bank, you collect your statement and you compare it with your cash. That's what they call reconciliation, monthly reconciliation, because this will give any errors, any overpayment also for you to rectify them. So at the end of the year, the cash book is the key document that you will use to prepare your financial statement. So that's where you will just take and then prepare your financial statement, a regulation according to their manual, how a cash book should be kept. If you come to the auditor's finding, they said the City Council did not maintain or record all transactions payment for year 2019 and 2020. We noted the following with respect to the cash book. The cash book did not analyze receipts and payment to their various head or subhead, because if it is this cash is from trade lancing, cash book has a heading for that. This amount lancing, this amount from rate. So that have not been recording them in that way. And then it did not include the cash book column as required by the above regulation for the debit and credit side. All money received at the debit side, payments at the credit side, they have not been recording them in that aspect. It was not balanced off at the end of each month, and the balance carried forward the following month as balance. Because at the end of every month, you have some of the irregularities that the auditors had, and then based on that, however, the cash book was sorted. The monthly cash book balance where the balance as per the credit side of the double principle was not applied in posting and balancing of the cash book. So most of these are just at the credit side. They were concentrating according to the payments at the bank, and then you just bring that as actual balance in the cash book. Side, so auditors cannot make any sense from that recording, to come up should use to prepare your financial statement. So that's why it came as among the reasons we cannot express an opinion on the financial statement.
So also further to that, is that also the reason why they are not able to do examination of their bank statements?
Yes, that comes as part of, because I think the side of this, I think that is captured. Yeah, obviously, if the cash book is not cannot do a reconciliation, that comes as part of the reasons. Yeah, because otherwise, that's some of the reasons. Yeah.
Thank you, Council. Can you proceed?
Thank you. Have stated at 15.7 that they purchased dustbins for 12,980,200.
Help me with the page because
sorry, page 30, not management letter.
Okay, page 30. Okay.
And it's under note 15. There's headings.
Okay.
For the
15 point.
15.7.
Okay.
They have stated that they $12,980,220 is on those bins. Then after 15.11, there's a block that doesn't have anything, and but it's still on 15, which states which is for block that I have just indicated. They have put the construction of CC building as 39,169,155. Construction of concrete roads in Banjul at 37,225,603 batuts. Construction of Center of Excellence for Youth in Banjul at $21,156,065.
Yeah.
But it is not clear whether this comes under the development expenditure. Well, it's under the head. That is stated under development expenditure. I don't know whether you're in a position to say why it is placed as it is.
Yeah, let me just go back to the account. So, see, this is a, let me go back to the accounts then. You want to help me where the accounts are? The number, the page number.
The page number, 32.
Right? No, I mean the actual, you know, they are explaining these numbers are going to the expected figure. I mean, figures. The actual income and expenditure, which page?
I'm not sure. I have it in the report.
No, okay. So, it's okay. No,
Because
this is
it's
income.
not.
It's okay. I will just say. Education, social service, youth and sport and culture and repairs, development expenditure. It's on the development expenditure.
Yes, which is
On note 15.
note 15.
Yes.
And development expenditure is 26 million,
Yeah.
565,000.
786.
Yes. When
Yeah.
you go further,
Mm-hmm.
they have under 15 beneath
Yeah.
15.11. You
Yeah.
have that block
Mm-hmm.
that provides for the 39 million, 37 million, 21 million.
Mm-hmm.
But it is under development. There's no indication of affects the development expenditure amount of 26 million. Because you can see from the other heads, like 15.11
Mm-hmm.
is counterpart contribution to GAMWORKS, and it states how much
Yes.
was paid.
Mhm.
This one doesn't have a sub number, and it's just in the middle there. Are you able to?
After 15.11, right?
Yes.
I think is okay. That's after 10, the other one is of 659. State of project undertaking for implementation. Construction of BCC concrete roads and this balance. I think here they are just trying to analyze the payments. It's an analysis of the payment, the amount supposed to be paid, and the balance. And because there is a query on this in the management letter, it has to do with the contract, how much has been paid, and then just the project description, the actual cost of this, the status of the project undertaken for implementation.
Okay.
They are just giving an analysis. The payments done at the first installment, the second installment, that's what they are just trying to say. They are like construction of BCC is 9,959,959. Construction of concrete roads, total cost for all projects, 90,021,000. Initial payment in March 2016, 6 million. Balance after initial payment, 2 million. And then progress payment in April 2019. So this project that started, as far back as 2016. So they are just, the areas, the amount to be paid. So they are just doing an analysis of that payment.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Trawa, further question to that. I think you can correct me. Page 19.
Page 19.
Yes, page 19 of your management.
Of management letter, right?
Yes. It talks about the fact that even though they prepared, they could not reconcile the revenue and the expenses. Can you explain what that means?
19. Let me go. P19. are you in our monthly abstract book? Yes. It's just saying this also, because all these things are from our own manuals. Regulation 906 of the Finance and Accounting Manual for Local Government Authorities stated that each council shall maintain separate abstract book for revenue and expenditure. The abstract book is to be posted at the end of the month by a senior clerk to analyze the transaction in the cash book prior to posting in the general ledger. Abstract books may not be needed where a council is able to prepare and analyze cash book for receipts payment using separate spreadsheet where the accounting system is fully computerized. And then the finding is the city council did not maintain a monthly abstract book to record all financial transactions from the cash book. A detailed collection, like if you collect revenue that's pertaining to rates, you just enter it, record it in that rates abstract book. If you do any payment pertaining to this thing, you just record it in that. So these books, these are the records that you will use and then put it in the general ledger at the end of the month. And then these are the records that you will use. You're going to use to prepare your financial statement. So these are requirements from their manual. It's their procedures. So if you don't get these procedures right, there is no way that at the end of the period you can produce a credible financial statement. So we are all this.
So aside from the abstract book that they are supposed to provide and maintain, do they also maintain the general ledger provided for in the financial manual?
Yes, because the general ledger, I think that also came as part of a query. The thing is, if you don't maintain proper, even a general ledger, the authenticity of those figures will be questioned. Auditors need to see the flow. These need to be recorded at the end of the month. You take that balance and record it in the general ledger. So if the cash book is not properly maintained, no abstract book, and then you see figure in the general ledger, auditors will always question, that figure, that total, where is the source of this figure? So if you put that figure in your state, in figures, and then the source of those figures we cannot verify because the records that's say whether these figures are correct or wrong. That's why we came up with this opinion.
Council, can you proceed, please?
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Joyner has
just a quick one. You are still elaborating on the 2019-2020.
Yes.
And roads and everything is highlighted in the 2020 audit.
Yes, management letter, yeah.
My question to you is, it's an open secret that most of the roads constructions were done by central government in Banjul. Were you told which streets were constructed by BCC during this?
I wasn't told, but if the audit team had an issue with that, I believe it will be captured in the management letter.
So in other words, you are saying that since it's in the management letter, therefore they must have done construction in Banjul, totaling those amounts.
What I'm saying is, because this is their analysis, they are saying this amount was used for the road construction, and then audit team doesn't blink. I don't see any particularly mentioning about that road construction. So it is possible that they have figure for the road construction, and then they were not given the documentation to verify that, and they are not able to verify that figure. I'm just trying to say the reasons why the auditors will give off this disclaimer of opinion. You said, okay, this particular road has been constructed. Auditors said, okay, where is the supporting document to support this? And then you are not able to provide that. So the auditor, and then it is reported in your financial statement. This is just an example. The auditors will say, well, this figure is in the financial statement saying they've constructed a road, but we are not able to verify that figure, whether it happened or it doesn't, because they are so based on that, we cannot say whether it is true or not. So that is what will trigger a disclaimer of opinion. Yeah. So if it happened on maybe only one or two, then they will say the financial is true and fair except for this, this, and that. But if it is numerous, they cannot say except for this, except for it. Then they will just say it's either adverse, true and fair, or to say we cannot verify because we are limited. We don't have documents to authenticate this claim.
Council, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wole, you have provided, again, a disclaimer of opinion on the status of Banjul City Council for the year ended 31st December 2020.
Yes.
And the basis for the disclaimer, are a bit different from, for some parts, are a bit different from the ones for 2019.
And tell me the page. If you
page 40.
Page 40, all right. Okay.
But one of the issues that you, or one of the bases for the disclaimer of opinion at 4B is that the 2019 notes to the financial statements were used as the 2020 notes to the 2020 financial statements.
Yes.
This will mislead users of the financial statements because of the differences between figures in the financial statements and the notes to the financial statements.
Yeah.
But then some of the figures in both notes are the same.
Yeah, that's just the likelihood of what caused that. It was explained either in the, you said the basis for opinion is on page 40, right?
Page 40, the disclaimer of opinion, yes. For the financial statements ending December 2020.
Yeah, I'm trying to be
Oh,
there.
okay. It's on page 6. Page 6.
Maybe, yeah, that's why. Let's see. Let me go back then. Page. Basis for disclaimer of opinion, right? So
Yeah.
you are referring to a particular.
Yes, 4B.
Adjustment or the heading? What's the heading?
The heading is notes to the financial statements.
Provide reconciliation. Are we talking about
So the notes to the financial statements is on page 7.
Page 7.
And is on Roman 4B.
Providing of records information. There was significant. That's my page. Page 7, right? Accounting policies.
Accounting policies.
Because for me,
accounting policies is on page 8 for me.
Yeah, but
and that is on the key audit matters.
Okay. Because, I'm on. If you say why, okay. Because I'm having 2019. Okay, 2020.
It's 2020.
Okay. Then I have to go at the far end. Okay, I think, okay. Then, claim of opinion, basis for disclosure. You see Roman number
Roman 4.
4.
B.
Disclosure, okay. Disclosure notes. A, there was no details of operation of, okay, B, right?
Yeah.
Notes to the financial statement. The 2019 notes to the financial statement are as the 2020 notes to the 2020 financial statement. This will mislead users of the financial statement because of different figures in the financial statement and notes to the financial statement. Notes to the financial statement. What happened was this was reported in the management letter, in detail in the management letter. So what the auditors are bringing as an yeah, the notes to those and then copy it. That's what the auditors are just flagging.
Didn't provide the notes by the time the report was prepared.
Mr. Crowley, Council, let me just, before you proceed on to the next step. I think page 28 of the management letter, you did mention a particular company, which is UXL, Mamla. The company was of scrutiny by.
I have to define it.
Yes.
I have to define page 28, right? This you talking about the notes or management letter?
Management letter.
It's in the management letter.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me go down to the.
Let me give you.
Between the final the notes, different years, so that's what makes it.
The contract was for a sum of 1,882,500. Did you see it?
I'm going to page 28. I'm in the management letter now. I'm just going. Yes, procurement, is it overpayment of contract?
Well,
UXL, isn't it?
Yes, UXL.
Yes.
Mamla, yes.
Yes.
It was for a contract sum of 1,882,500.
Yes.
Here, my question is, the audit report did not indicate the subject matter of the contract. If so, why?
Here, for this particular finding, 3.4.1, overpayment of contract.
Yes.
The audit report said the agreement between the two parties, BCC and the contract, states that subject to providing service as outlined in the contract, the contractor will be paid the sum of 882,500. Findings: we noted overpayment of 675,000 by City Council to UXL. This was as a result of difference between the contract amount and actual payment. No evidence was provided to justify the overpayment. Details are below. 30th January 2019, payment voucher number 49. They paid UXL 175. These are installment payment. And then May 2019, paid 382. July 2019, paid 100,000. No, 1 million. Sorry. These are 1 million. And total actual payment was 1,557,500. And then what the auditors, according to their list, the total amounts would be 882,500. But if you put the payments together, it amounted to 1,557,000. Then the auditors are saying there is an overstatement of 675. So this was reported, and then management responded they said, unfortunately, this might be an oversight on your part, as the contract sum was the actual sum paid. They said, please find accompanied the contract document and the breakdown of the payment made for your update and reconciliation. The necessary documentation have been attached for your reconciliation and further advice. So auditors further comment said, we reviewed the contract agreement submitted after the draft management letter and noted that the actual payment should be $1,882,500 instead of $882,500 as reported above. However, the contract submitted during the audit field work set the contract amount as at $882,500. It's like, I think there is, I just said, because auditors are saying these people provided another documentation to the audit team. So the audit team were saying, but during the field work, the document submitted to them for this contract mentioned $882,500. So that's why when they see that
sorry. Is it 1,882,000 or just 882?
You know, auditors are saying during the field work,
yes,
when they requested for this document, the contract amount, according to them, was $882,500. But when they look at the installment payment, they paid $1,552,000. So they are saying the contract amount is $882,000, and you paid $1,552,000, meaning you are overpaying them $600,000. What is the reason? And then they responded to say, maybe that was an oversight, because, and they provided another documentation to the auditors that the contract amount is $1,882,000, is not $882,000. So the auditors were like, but during the field work, the document provided to us was $882,000. So this is the this is the discrepancy.
So what is the conclusion of the auditor with respect to that?
No, the conclusion, the auditors are saying we reviewed the contract agreement submitted after the draft management letter, and noted that the actual payment should be, they submitted another document which mentioned $1,882,000, but they say instead of $882,000 as reported above. However, the auditors are saying, however, the contract submitted to us during the field work was mentioning $882,500. So these are some of the possible areas that if you want to, so now because the auditors are saying, but the initial document was $882,000. They agree that yes, after this query, a document was submitted which was mentioned $1,882,000, but during the field work, what they have seen was $882,000.
Now, how do you correct? How do you assess the genuinity of subsequent documents provided to you after you have gone to do your audit and documents were presented to you? How do you make that assessment? Whether those documents that are provided after are either correct or represent the true situation?
Yeah, that is it, because this is where I believe the auditors, when we go for our subsequent audit, this is where we will do more further work, by trying to, involve other mechanisms to get the actual listing from the contractor to do more further work, because it will come as a follow-up issues, follow-up issues, yes.
My question, you've not still answered it.
Okay.
What was the subject matter of this particular contract?
Here, let me just say that. Are you talking about our finding? Because our finding is saying overpayment of contract.
Yes. Your findings, I don't have any problem with that.
Okay. What is the contract all about?
Yes.
Yeah?
The subject matter.
Yeah, they didn't specifically mention the auditors there, because here the auditors are talking about the figure. There is a contract between the BCC and UXL.
Yes.
But I think your question is, what was the contract about, to develop this or to do this, right?
Yes, what
Okay,
is the
the
contract?
report-
Was it a service? What is the construction? What is it about?
It said the agreement between the two parties, BCC and the contractor, state that subject to providing service as outlined in the contract, the contractor will be paid. They just said doing service.
What service was it?
No, that one is not captured in the audit report. These are the things. Maybe if you need the specific this thing, then we can just factor. You know, audit, because here the substance of the finding is the overpayment.
Yeah.
So that's why they didn't record everything about the site. The contract was to build this, and that. You know, but the payment vouchers are there. They are all captured. Then it will be easier to know what was the actual service.
Yes. In these circumstances, we will want to know what sort of services. You understand? The BCC contracted for.
That's fine. That's fine.
So that it will.
The details of the that's fine.
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
So you can avail us that when you have it.
That makes
So thank you so much.
Yeah, that's fine.
Council, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Trawley, in that same vein, there's on page 29 of the management letter.
Page 29.
Yes, in respect of that same agreement, I believe.
Okay.
There is a finding by the auditor that the City Council did not provide the project proposal and reports such as monitoring and evaluation and completion of project reports for audit inspection. And the contract was between the Council and UXL.
Yeah, it's this, yeah. The city, that's on presented project proposal and report. The City Council did not provide the project proposal and report, such as monitoring and evaluation and completion of project report for audit inspection. The contract was between the Council and UXL. Yeah, so meaning during the audit, the auditors were limited. And then management respond, please find accompany the report of the consultancy for your update and further advice. The necessary documentation to shed more light on the transaction has been sought and gathered for your further action and advice. The auditors further comment, the project proposal document and report were not submitted for review to determine if works were carried as per the proposal. So the auditors are saying, even though management responded to say they have searched and then they are available, but the auditors said they have not been submitted the time they are finalizing this report.
So basically, their response that they have attached the report would be incorrect, based on the auditor's further comment.
Their response, the necessary documentation to shed more light on the transaction has been researched and gathered for your action. They said has been researched and gathered for your action.
Because there is, before that one, that's the action to be taken.
Yes.
But the response said, please find accompanying the report of the consultancy for your update and further advice.
Yes.
So,
no, that, well, according to the audit, that never took place, because the auditors are saying the project proposal document and report were not submitted for review to determine if works were carried as per the proposal.
Thank you. May I refer you to page 11 of the management letter under suspected fraud?
Page 11.
Yes. It's under the heading of suspected fraud, paragraph 3.1.
Sorry, let me do it. Page 11, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So I believe this is what the chairperson was trying to find out from you. You have stated that you have unconfirmed GTRs with serial numbers 806101 to 806550 recorded in the market CRBR. These were not part of the books supplied by Gambia Printing and Publishing Corporation. We could not verify the source and quantity of books received, and the details are below. Before you go into that, can you just tell us what are CRBRs?
CRBR, these are counterfoil receipt book register. These are if you give the register collectors to go and collect collect whatever, the rates or whatever, this is where you record, the register where you record it. That will indicate receipt book so and so was given to Bakari, and then I record it here in the book. So it's that register. So the auditors will use that register to confirm which receipt book has been given to which collector. So that's what we will use to trace, the books given to the various collectors, and then whether they have returned the counterfoil.
So, what is the implication of the books that were not printed by the official printers? What is the likelihood, or what's the likely risk in that regard?
You mean the implication?
Yes.
There is a risk that monies collected might be unaccounted, leading to a loss of revenue to the city council to fund its activities. Because what happened was Gambia, they've responded, and then again, the other implication is the source of, that is the recommendation. The source of printing the receipt books and the number of books printed should be provided for verification. If the source and the number of books are not provided, the officer responsible should be surcharged. Note that GTRs can be used to collect any amount, unlike market tickets. What happened was, before we go to any council, we will go to printing, because Gambia Printing Authority is the only institution mandated to print receipt books for the public institutions. Before we go to any council, we'll go to printing for the period. If we are to audit 2019, all the books supplied to a particular council for that period, we will take that information, the details of all the receipt books, and then when we go to the council, that is where we will know whether a particular receipt book has been supplied and then it has not been tendered for audit. And then if you take another receipt book that is not within the range of books supplied by GP, we will ask for the source of that, because that means that is illegal. You are not supposed to take any receipt book from any other supplier or printer apart from the GPPC. So that what actually happened. These receipt books here, according to our reports, they were used by the collectors, but they are not from Gambia Printing Corporation. And then the response was the acting manager, the acting market manager, when we send this, their response from the management, they said the acting market manager issued and signed those GTR books from the finance department, GTR CRBR book, supplied by the previous acting director of finance on the 9th January 2019, and issued it to the individual monthly revenue collectors according to the Albert Market monthly book on the same period, and will present those mentioned GTR book serial numbers and whom issued for further verification. Following the requested serial number, this, and that. They just mentioned it, and then they said this issue should be expunged from the queries as submitted on new evidence to contest the earlier position on the issue. And they were like, acting manager, what the auditors for document is that management response did not address the finding, and management needs to provide the details of the supplier and the quantity received by the city council. So it's like their response was not clear, because for us, we are like, the source of these books, we don't know, because they are not from printing. So if you take this receipt book from somewhere, the risk is already clear. You can be using them, and then you will not be able to be accounted for. So, but they are trying to explain that the market manager, they get this thing from the acting director of finance, and then it's not clear. That's why we are saying your response is not clear, and then that is where the issues stand. Okay,
before you proceed, sorry. Under the same area of discussion, at page 31 of the management letter, you noted that there were two de-aggregated contracts.
Yes.
One contract sum was 1,767,812.94, and the other one was 1,814,885 0.35 respectively. And what was contained in your report was that these two contracts were de-aggregated and they were found to be paid to one Katim Ture. And this payment was made in several forms of impress payment. Can you explain further on this and what this means and its implication? Thank you.
Finding 3.4.4, the aggregation of procurement, as we always don't work for GPPA, but as auditors, as I have mentioned, we also look at whether the institution is complying with the laws and regulations. So that's why even if you violate procurement rules, we will bring that regulation and then bring it out. Section 21 of the Gambia GPPA Authority Act states that a procuring organization shall not divide its procurement artificially in order to avoid the monetary threshold set in this act or in regulation. This is the regulation from the GPPA, that you shouldn't artificially divide in order to avoid the monetary threshold. So finally, we noted that Council de-aggregated the construction of an abattoir and 8 stores for the year under review. The Council paid $1,767,812.94 and $1,814,885.35 for the construction of the abattoir and store at the Banjul Albert Market and BCC Ice Plant, respectively. These payments were made to the Director of Planning and Impress and were fully retired, as Impress and were fully retired. So the details of the payments are there. And then the auditors are saying the implication. This is in violation of the above GPPA Act, which might lead to substandard structures resulting to the loss of fund. Management should ensure that procurement above the GPPA threshold for procurement or any other regulations are adhered to. The practice of paying contract amount to staff of the council should be stopped immediately, because this is a large sum of money, about 2 to 3 million, and then you give that one to somebody as Impress. Is against the GPPA regulations. It needs to be tender, and then the right this be awarded the contract, and then the Director of Planning or whatever should help the council in that monitoring and then all those things and then report accordingly. But if you give in, it's just saying like the Director of Planning is the contractor when he is a staff. So there is conflict, and then again is not following the GPPA regulations. That's what they are saying. And then the response is point noted. The new qualified Director of Finance has been hired by the Council to strengthen the entire finance department to ensure that there are no such financial mistakes in the future. They agreed. They said the point is noted, and then such things will not happen again in the future.
Yes. What can you further explain the issue of the 2 million and also whether the auditors visited the site to ascertain whether the abattoir and the 8 stores were built?
I know if you go to the performance review, the auditors flag some findings about the abattoir, and then unless if you want me to go there, it's in the report, in the management letter.
Yes, we just want you to explain to us what was the findings of the auditors when they went to the site.
Okay, so I can go to that?
Yes, you can explain for me.
Okay, let me just... I think it will come as it's in the 2018 report. I think it will come as a prior year matter here. So I know the abattoir, the pictures and all those things. in that 2018 report. It should be there.
Okay, we can, when we reconvene, you can elaborate on that.
Maybe if I have that, I can read it quickly.
Yeah, but I think we could stop here because it's time for prayers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we may rise now. It's already 2 and it's time for prayers and lunch time. Thank you. have the registrar to call the witness? Mr. Trawale, welcome back.
Thank you.
Mr. Trawale, a reminder again that you are still on the oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, before we had a break, you were explaining on the question I asked. If you can recollect, can you please sum up and then we can proceed?
Yes, that's about the abattoir. I think is the next finding immediately after that contract is about the abattoir. Let me just, yeah. Condition of the abattoir, page 3.4.5, sorry, 3.4.5. You want me to?
That is the page in the report that has the pictures of the abattoir.
Just, yeah. And the condition of the abattoir.
Yes.
Yes. I think she was asking whether any finding about the abattoir, right?
The 8 stores that have been, that were reported to have been built.
Okay.
And the fact that it did not show in the balance sheet, or whether it appeared in the balance sheet. That is the extra 4 million.
I don't think, you say whether it doesn't show on the balance sheet.
What I mean is, you know, the monies were expended for the purpose of building the abattoir.
Yes.
And the stores.
Mm-hmm.
And it was indicated in your report
Mm-hmm.
that these things were not in their balance sheet. Am I correct?
Oh, I can't. It might be. If I can't remember that. I know the last question you were like, if at all there is any issue about the abattoir, then I was looking for the actual finding.
Okay. Can you get
so
us
now
to
I
that?
just
Yes.
The finding about the abattoir was we inspected the site of the abattoir and stores, which cost nearly 2 million each, and noted both projects were significantly far from completion. There were also significant visible defects with the structure which needs alteration. The plumbing work of the abattoir was incomplete. See sample picture for the abattoir below. Then you have the picture below. And then implication, there is the risk that monies were misappropriated, leading to incomplete structures and defects. The implication is high. Recommendation, management should look into how the funds were utilized, given the poor condition of the structure constructed less than a year, and take appropriate action since the amount involved high. Management respond. The points raised are noted. However, the construction of the building in the abattoir and stores were near completion until the infamous September 2021 rains that ravaged the country hit the abattoir and stores, and they all suffered significant impacts, leading to those defects raised in your findings. Action to be taken, they said the Director of Planning and team will take all the necessary corrective measures to make good the defects and hand over the 2 projects. Officer responsible, they said Director of Planning. When to be regularized, they said immediately. Auditors further comment, no documentary evidence such as reports of the damage to management or council, and it was not disclosed in the financial statement. This shows that there was no value for money given the resources involved.
Sorry. My question is, you have indicated in your report that almost 4 million was spent, and there was nearly zero value for that 4 million.
Yeah, shared, which cost nearly 2 million each, and noted, 2 million each. So
which is 4 million.
Yes, I just want to. I just want to read as it is in my report. So,
Yes,
but that's
if
it.
you
Yeah,
add 2 and 2, it's going
no,
to give
you are
4
right.
million.
Yeah, it's like
Correct.
That's true.
Thank you. So I'm handing over to you, Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And from the pictures that are displayed in the report, you would agree that there were several portions of the roofs that were missing. There's an incomplete fence, in addition to the issue of the plumbing work that you have stated was incomplete.
Yeah, and they've accepted.
Yes. Thank you. I believe Commissioner Fall had wanted to ask a question after you completed with the witness. I don't know whether he wants to do that now or later.
You may proceed, and when you're done, we will ask all the questions that we may ask. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Mr. Trawley, I don't know whether you have access to the management letter of BCC, or for BCC, for the period ending 31st December 2018.
Yes, I should.
Okay. So I just wanted to draw your attention to a similar issue that arose in 2019 that we just dealt with, which is the printing of the GTR receipts and other issues.
Yeah.
So if I can refer you to page 13 of the management letter.
Page
13, 1-3.
Okay.
Well, 12 and 13.
Okay. Printing GTR from unauthorized printer, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So this was the same issue in 2018, and it flowed into 2019. And in this case, they had also printed invoices for trade license from an unauthorized printer. Well, a printer that was not government printers.
Yeah.
And they had receipts, or they presented justification for the payments.
Yes.
And in this case, the names of the printers, which is Spectrum Press, were stated.
Yeah.
So is this an issue that you had the opportunity to point out as a recurring issue to them?
Yes. It's just because it's not only about the GTRs, and our current report was about the GTR receipt books, and these ones were the invoice, because the findings said section 4.5, paragraph 1 of the Financial and Accounting Manual for Local Government Authority Design designated all receipts, lancing books, and forms used in the collection of revenue are security documents. The Chief Executive Officer shall arrange for these documents to be printed by the approved printer under strict security conditions and ensure that they are fully accounted for. No other books or form may be locally produced, used, or improvised by an employee of the council. So they said we requested from Gambia Printing Operation GTR book supply to BCC during the scope of the audits, but informed that no supply were made during that time. They informed us that the last supplies made to the council before our scope were in 2011 and 2014 respectively. Meaning before that, GPPA last supplied this GTR book to Banjul City Council in 2014. And we started from the council CRBR book used during the period under review as shown in Annex 4. We made a comparison of the two and could not trace of the books used for the supply from GPPC. We have also not been able to establish the source of the GTR books used by BCC, as the only order supply Spectrum denied supplying the GTRs to the council. Banjul City Council contracted the printing of its trade lancing invoicing and partially recovered books to a private printing firm called Spectrum Press. It, however, continued to print market tickets with the Gambia National Printing Corporation. The reason for contracting from Spectrum Press is not explained to us, but was in place for the entire period of the current audit scope. GPPC is the only approved printer we have established, and there was no evidence that Spectrum was granted authority to serve as an approved printer. So this is just the example, but this is our 2017, September and January 2018. Yeah, they are all in 2017. And then the management response, it has always been ensured that all revenue earning books are printed and supplied by GPPC as the only authorized printer. It has been clearly shown out that other related forms like trade lancing, invoice rates, demand notes, partial cost recovery books, and file covers were contracted to mostly Spectrum Press and other private printers. Notwithstanding, it is only GPPC that has been supplied with the rest of GTR and market tickets. It is pertinent to note that Council was keeping a very large stock of GTR that was ordered in 2008 and was in use up to the subsequent order in 2018. Details of the order from GPPC is provided with the relevant gate pass. And they were like, henceforth, the Council has heeded to the recommendation for the procurement of all books and forms from GPPC. Auditors further comment, the evidence gathered, including collaboration with Gambia Printing Publishing Corporation, indicate that Banjul City Council did not procure the GTRs used during the scope audited from GPPC. The Council was given the opportunity to present to us evidence to prove that they indeed procured from GPPC as claimed in their response, but have failed to do so. We therefore conclude that the Council did not procure the GTR from GPPC, but rather from a source which they did not disclose to us. This means that not only did they violate the law governing procurement of security documents, but refused to provide us with evidence that limit our scope in the form of information on the source of GTR. By implication, this means that so much revenue may have been unaccounted for, as we could not ascertain the completeness of the quantity of the GTRs we have reviewed. So this has been happening, has been a practice at the Council. So the same thing, continued up to 2018, 2019, when certain GTRs were found, but not from the printing.
And they still have not provided any indication of who printed the GTRs?
No, they still haven't. They still haven't.
Thank you. On page 14, back to the audit report for the year ending 2020, December 2020.
2020, right?
Yes. On page 14 of the management letter.
On page 14, right?
Yes. Paragraph 3.2.2.
Sorry, I'm just trying to... Page 14, right?
Yes. Unconfirmed comparative figures.
Sorry, these things. On confirmed comparative figure, yes.
Yes. You made a finding that you could not confirm the comparative figures of the 2019 financial statements due to the non-submission of evidence for confirmation. And you also pointed out that there was no audited financial statement for 2018, and you have explained why. But they have responded that during the audit, the responsible officer was sick, I believe, and so they could not provide documents, the deposit slips. Can you elaborate on this?
Yes, on confirmed comparative figures, just as I've mentioned, financial statement must have a comparative figure. That's the last year figures, because the closing for those balances will be the opening, and you have to look at the, how authentic, how credible are those figures, so that their users will be informed. Because if you see something in last year and you see a change, the users, that's where they will ask, but why this change? So the notes will be able to explain. And then here on confirmed comparative, we could not confirm the comparative figure of the 2019 financial statement due to the non-submission of evidence for confirmation. Please note that there was no audited financial statement for the 2018. So what we're trying to say in 2018, because at the National Assembly, they've agreed for councils to start preparing their financial statement in 2019 because of poor record keeping prior to that. But again, what we agreed was their 2018, at least the closing balance for 2018 were produced, and then we used those ones to confirm them for you to start the 2019. But for BCC, this wasn't the case. And then, so that's what the query is all about. And then their response was, during the audit, the responsible officer keeping the deposit slip was on sick leave, and accessing the deposit slip was not possible. Now that she resumed work, all the requested deposit slips are available for your pursual. Deposit slips provide for consideration from January 2020 to December 2020. And then the auditors further comment, we understand that FPAC and PEC make recommendations for the City Council to start preparing financial statement from the year 2019 as highlighted in the audit finding. Therefore, since the 2018 financial statement were not audited and it is used as the comparative figure for 2019, there is the need to provide evidence of the 2018 financial statement balances. However, if the City Council wishes to comply with the FPAC and PEC recommendation, the comparative figures can be removed from the 2019 financial statement. The reason for the non-comparative and any brought forward balances or adjustment made from 2018 should be disclosed as part of notes of the financial statement. The audit finding was not about deposit slips, but on confirmed 2019 comparative figures. So, just as I've explained, they said you can start preparing financial system from 2019, but at least there were transactions in 2017-18. So those closing balances, the ones that you think they are there, is just to bring those ones of the auditors to confirm that, and then we start a new page. But that is what has not happened. And then for them, their response was just talking about the deposit slip. So it's like they were answering it in a different way. And one thing about this answer also, we always want to make this thing clear. When we are auditing, we don't audit individuals, we audit institutions. I think I see some of these things to be so unfortunate. At times I feel we are exposing ourselves when you will see a very senior public official or saying you, this wasn't my time, I wasn't here, as if they are auditing you as an individual. That's why proper record keeping should always speak for itself. Whether you are there or not, the office should still go, and then the record should guide an independent reviewer. So to say, so-and-so was sick, so the deposit slips were not accessible, that alone is a serious internal control weakness.
Thank you. On page 17, page 17 is really a continuation of the issues raised from page 15, improper maintenance of cash book. And I believe you touched on those earlier, cash book, bank reconciliation issues, general ledgers, etc.
Yeah.
But on page 17, under auditor's further comments, you raised, I believe they provided some cash books to your audit team. And your further comments were that the adjusted cash books for the years 2019 and 2020 presented were not in line with the requirements of the above financial and accounting manual for local government authorities. And you further noted that the 2019 and 2020 brought forward balances as per the adjusted cash book were over and understated. And you said these were actual bank balances.
Yes.
Now from the table that is on that page, you see that the closing balance at 2018 and the opening balance at 2019 have a variance of about 500,000. And the closing balance the closing balance for 2019 and 2020 seem to be at par. But can you explain this a bit better for us lay people?
Yes, what happened was we are just trying to highlight the lack of maintenance of a proper cash book. Just as I've explained earlier, the cash book revenues coming should be entered at the debit side of the cash book, and then revenues, money paid out should be recorded at the credit side of the cash book. And then at the end of every month, you do your bank reconciliation, because the bank reconciliation will show the errors, maybe a check that has been paid but have not been clear at the bank. It will bring those unreconciled items, and then you get your transaction right. But in this case, what happened was like they have not been maintaining it. So at the end, it's just the bank, the figures in the bank. That's what they are just recording in the cash book. So that is why the cash book wasn't able to balance, and is showing some month it will be overstated and some month it will be understated. So that's just the analysis we did here.
But then it's the closing balance and the closing balance for 1 year and the opening balance for the next year. Is it that the dates between them are far between? Because how do you get on, if it's that it's the end of the last day of this year, say 2018, this is the balance, and then the first day of the following year, how is it that you would have a discrepancy?
Yeah,
if that is the case.
Everything being equal, it shouldn't, because the closing balance should be the opening.
Yes,
Your
exactly.
closing balance should be the opening balance for the next year. But that is provided you are recording as how it should be.
But you have stated that it is the bank balances that they have provided.
Yeah, that is it, because that means that is the figure, because you cannot just, because the cash book and then the bank, these things are related. If I receive money, I record it in the cash book as debit. If money is deposited at the bank also will receive that one as credit, but you are recording it as debit. So when money is paid from your bank, you record it in your cash book as credit. Money recorded as, so that is how they are. So it's all about record keeping. But if you are not doing that, you are concentrating on only your bank payment, and then you are not doing this reconciliation. At the end of the day, you just say, okay, you print your bank statement, this is the balance in my bank, and you record that in your, instead of making the record keeping, you now work retrospectively. You just print your bank statement, and then you want to record that in the cash book. So that is what we are bringing on. So because there is no bank reconciliation, and based on that, you cannot prepare a credible financial statement.
Thank you. At page 22 of the report, or the management letter, you have a finding in respect of suppression of collections amounting to $195,120 in respect of daily market ticket sales and monthly canteen rent, etc.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, we noted a suppression of 195,000 in respect of daily market ticket sales and monthly canteen. These were cash paid by revenue collectors to the main cashier, who did not bank nor pay the cash to the main office. This was noted from the accounts department, reported and verified by the audit team. What happened was the main cashier at the market, was receiving this money, but instead of banking it or paying it back to the accounts, the person has not been doing that. And then we realized a suppression of revenue. So anytime there is this suppression of revenue, no matter the amount, how small the amount might be, we give it a high risk, because it's the act, it's the action. The action is material by nature. So that is what happened here. And then the implication, there is risk that the suppressed revenue might not be recovered, leading to material loss of revenue to the council. And then all the GTRs and the amount are mentioned in the table. And the management response, valid observation, and is well noted. As a management, and working with the administrator and acting market manager at the Albert Market Unit, we wish to provide the following background information, which also form part of the response to this matter. Because on the audit draft report of misappropriation of cash collection from 11 February 2020 by Albert Market Cashier, which was in bank or credit to the council's account at Trust Bank. The amount of $195,120, which was supposed to be banked in February 2020 from the daily and monthly rental revenue collection, was not banked. Management found out during the period under review, the market cashier was admitted to Mboyen Clinic for a period of 2 weeks due to complications she suffered within her early, she was sick, and then due to the complications she suffered. She resumed to office. The market administrator handed over bulk of cash comprising the market denomination, including coins and revenue collected by the market administrator during the period she was admitted. Confirmation was done upon her receipt of the accumulated revenue from the administrator. She banked the available revenue received and realized a shortage, which she immediately reported to the administrator. The introduction and support of the daily banking by the Director of Finance in January 2021 was exceptional and relief of handling bulk cash at the office, and will prevent suppression of revenue or a future recurrent of such acts. Action to be taken: the introduction and support of the daily banking by the new Director of Finance in January 2021 was exceptional and a relief of handling bulk cash at the office, and will prevent suppression of revenue. And then action to be taken, they said passing, since back to work, and the following mitigation tools have started to be employed. They said the person has since been back to the work, and the following mitigation tools have started to be employed. She has been moved from the market to records unit. Yeah.
So
immediately, and she will be deducted from source starting May 2022 until the full amount is recovered from her.
You don't have any further comments under that?
Yeah, there was.
Does that mean that it was the amounts were deducted?
I think it all came. I just want to see whether it was here. There was no auditor's follow-up comment. This was 2019-2020. Then because there should be an auditor's follow-up comment. But I know the matter has not been, because they said the time they said they would take the action will be after our audit. So it can only be confirmed in the subsequent audit. Yeah. Okay. It can only be confirmed in the subsequent audit. But what happened was they've accepted, and they are just trying to explain how it happens, and they said they've moved the person from that to records, and then they will be recovering the money. Yeah, they will be recovering the money from her.
Now you have, again, unpresented GTRs at page 24. And I'm not sure from your finding, but it appears that these are serial numbers that you got from printing prior to going on the exercise, and you couldn't locate these GTRs. Is that correct?
Yes, unpresented GTRs. These other one, the GTR used, this might be the one from printing, or even if it is, because it's a separate finding. This one is talking about these receipt books given to a particular collector. There is no evidence that the collector has, present, because if you use the GTRs to do your collection, that's why it is like general triplicate receipt. You have the original, the other, counterfeit should be there, and then that one should come back, should be at least filed, so that auditors will say, okay, this is the amount collected, and then they will use that, counterfeit this to confirm. But that one has not been submitted to the auditors. So the section is saying, council shall make available at all time for inspection by the Auditor General the accounts being audited together with books, papers, vouchers, cash, money relating to this account. So the finding, the council did not present some of the GTRs requested for review. These books were part of the sample selected from Gambia Public and Printing Corporation extract. Details are, So these ones, yes, you're right. These ones are from the printing, but they were not submitted to the audit team for verification. So there is risk that the monies received with this GTR might be misappropriated, since the supplier and the quantity of books received were not known. So these were the books that were extracted from the printing, but they are not found. They are not physically found at the premises of the council. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was trying to confirm. You also have, after that, unpresented cash books. And you have stated the names of the collectors and the periods. Yeah. But there's no indication of what funds were collected, if any. Can you elaborate?
Yes, unpresented cash books for some individual Albert Market collectors were not presented for our review as details, because if you use this money, these GTRs, you collect the money, each GTR, each receipt should be entered into a cash book. The day you collected, the date, the amount collected, and the receipt you used to collect that amount should all be recorded in the cash book. This is what the auditors will look at: the ticket, the cash book amount, and then the bank, whether it had been bank or where that is for accountability purpose. But if the cash book is not submitted to us, then auditors are not able, they are limited, they are able to do that verification. Implication: in the absence of the cash books, we could not determine if the money received were paid to the main cashier for banking, and if all tickets issued to the collectors were accounted for. We don't know, because the cash book has not been submitted to us. And then their response was, in response to the National Audit Office draft letter finding and queries of the Albert Market, they did present some individual collectors' cash book and noted an unconfirmed GTR book serial number, which were not part of the GPP supply. During the audit exercise, the acting market manager took all the 2019 and 2020 collectors' cash book from the market to council for the audit exercise, including those mentioned individual names listed on the list. And after the completion of the audit exercise, acting finance manager returned back all the cash books to me for safekeeping. The cash book of the following individuals will be present for verification for the second time on Monday, 28 March 2022, and he mentioned the name. And then they said the said query has been contested. Auditors are saying these cash books were present for review after the draft management letter was issued to the city. So it has been addressed. It wasn't issued, but after they brought them and the auditors verified them. So according to the further comment, they have been confirmed.
But that's after this management letter had already been issued?
No, the draft.
Okay, the draft.
The draft was issued and they haven't. So, but after that, then they brought the cash books and then auditors verified them and then, Because the reason why some of these things, when the draft is sent and they later present them, we will still leave the finding there, because during the audit, the moment we send an engagement letter, you should make sure that all the documents are in place. So for you to be in that back and front auditor's draft, also you submitted it later, we just bring it so that others can know. It's not a good practice, because these are some of the things that will cause lack of presentation of documentation.
Let me refer you to page 28. I know that this has already been touched on. It's about the overpayment of contracts for UXL Mamlai.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to confirm that in actual fact, what happened was that they presented to the audit team 2 different contracts with 2 different figures.
Yes, according to the auditors for document, yeah. Initially, the document presented and then the second one were different.
And do you remember whether both of them were signed by the parties to the agreement?
Whether both of them were signed?
Were signed.
Yes, I believe because I believe because but I don't want to, but I can confirm that. I think this is something that I myself want to confirm from the files. So yeah.
So when you're able to confirm,
yes,
could you let us know, or perhaps provide us with a copy of the contract itself
I will
if
do
you
that.
have
Yeah,
it?
I will do that. So.
Thank you. And at page 31, which is also something else that has been touched on, the deaggregation of procurements. Yeah. And all the payments, or well, the payments amounting to, I believe, 1,814,000 were paid to Katim Ture.
Yes.
Who is the Director of Planning, I believe. Now, from this report or during the course of the investigations, were you able to confirm whether this was a contract that BCC was actually carrying out itself through the Director of Planning, or was it contracted out to somebody else but the payments were being made to Katim Ture?
I think in this case, according to the audit finding, they just gave an impress to the Director of Planning, and then he was using the money. So as far as review of document is concerned, it was paid directly to this Director of Planning, instead of, tendering it to invite for outside contractors. So
are you saying that he was the contractor, or the payments were just made to him possibly for another contractor, which you have no documents for?
Yes, what is clear, as far as the report is concerned, the money was paid to him instead of tendering it to contractors.
Okay.
So maybe what that might say is like he is the one who carry out this thing. Yeah.
Yes, that's what.
But that's why the query is saying instead of tendering it to this, it was paid to him as an interest. And then if you look at the action to be taken, strengthening the finance department has started, and procurement has also been beefed up with qualified people to stem such mistakes. And they said the acting director of so what they're saying is like is noted, and then they will know. So that means it was carried out by himself. So even if other people are contracted, but he is the one, yeah.
And do you know, is there a limit or a ceiling for imprest payments? Because I mean, there are imprest of 97,000, 154,000, 450,000.
Yeah.
Do you recall from the financial manual or other finance documents whether there's a ceiling for imprest?
For ceiling for imprest, I might not be sure, because imprest normally they are just giving imprest of this amount will be like when there is an activity, you are just giving an imprest and you just conduct that activity, let's say a function or whatever, then immediately. But I think even that one, they try to control those things. But this is contract. And then this is contract. When you get a certain threshold, at least there are a series of these intricate and competitive bidding, and then although that's what it should follow, and then the reports, and then whoever win will be awarded the contract, but not to pay it as an interest to, especially the staff of a council. That is, you are violating the procurement law, and there's also a conflict of interest.
Now, at page 34, paragraph 3.4.6, under procurement without tendering, you have made a finding that the council made a procurement worth $13,039,850 for the purchase of 3,000 trash bins without adhering to the above GPPA Act, and a single invoice was provided as evidence of supporting document. Now, can you tell us more about this?
Yes, this was at the time of the draft. The council made procurement of 13 million and 39,850 for the purchase of 3,000 trash bins without adhering to the above GPPA Act, a single invoice was provided as evidence of supporting document. And then that is what happened instead of sending it to a GPPA. So our implication is there is the risk that goods might not be procured with appropriate quality and at competitive price. So management respond, they said, observation noted. Keba and Sons' observation are clear and valid, but BCC lacked the competent staff to do the proper procurement and advise at that material point in time. I said the BCC have taken great stride to set up a special procurement unit under the leadership of Senior Procurement Officer in April 2021. The Local Government Service Commission recruited for BCC a Senior Procurement Officer in the name of Mr. Keda, who went an extra mile to recruit another procurement assistant in October 2021, and then all those things. And then the procurement was handled by people who do not have procurement knowledge, but the council has established specialized procurement unit to avoid the occurrence of such. We concur with your audit observation on procurement and tendering, and you will equally agree with us that an institution needs competent personnel and staff to do a proper procurement. We are of the belief that this issue will be a thing of the past, as the SPU is now performing and getting the job done for council. And then the auditors for that, we have engaged the Local Government Service Commission for the recruitment of competent staff to manage procurement. These are now 3 staff headed by it. And then what to do, they said the issue of procurement and its attendant problem are now fixed at BCC. Auditors for the City Council provided the tender document, which we reviewed and noted that restricted tendering was used for the procurement process. So instead of open tendering, it was a restricted tendering, but they sought for that approval from GPPA. Whether it was done retrospectively or whatever, but it was later tendered. So that's why we mentioned that they later submitted something, and then, yeah. Instead of restricted open tender, it was restricted tender, yeah.
Very well. From pages 36 to 39, it deals with an undeposited auction sale and an auction sale of a vehicle. And essentially the crux of the issue was that they didn't follow the procedures for disposal, and as well they were misappropriated monies in respect of the sale. Can you just run us through that briefly?
Yes. Auction, if you are on deposited auction sales,
yes.
We noted an undeposited fund 78,230 to the City Council account in respect of auction sale of a motor vehicle, Toyota Land Cruiser, for 231,530. We confirmed that 153 was received and deposited. In addition, the buyer paid the undeposited fund to the City Council on 19 August 2020 and 26 April 2021. So the balance, this was an auction sale, and then the amount was 231,000, but only 153 was paid at the time. And then it doesn't follow the actual procedures for the auction. The implication is there is risk that the balance was misappropriated, leading to loss of revenue to the council. And then their response, please find accompanying one of these receipts issued to the buyer of the said disposed vehicle. Also included in this submission is an extract of the payment breakdown as per council's daily revenue analysis. So the auditors for the receipts were provided and confirmed with the ledger. So that's fine. The balance was later paid. Non-compliance with the disposal procedure, but again, auditors has a query on the disposal procedure. Regulation, Financial and Accounting Manual for Local Government audit state that when stores and other assets have become obsolete, redundant, or unserviceable through normal wear and tear arising from usage or passage of time, the CEO shall duly inform the contract committee comprising the head of department and internal audit for the purpose of disposing the asset. The CEO should cause a list of all to be prepared of such items, showing the following: their description, original cost, reason for the write-up, the value, the current estimate. The contract committee will advise the CEO. All these things are requirements if you want to dispose something. But the finding, the council did not conduct the auction in line with the requirement of the above regulations. There was no evidence that the CEO informed the contract committee comprised the head of department and internal audit for the purpose of disposing the assets. The CEO did not prepare a list showing the description of the items, the original cost, and the reason. The service of a competent engineer valuer was not hired to determine the value of this. The service of a government lancing auctioneer was not engaged for the auction. Procedures for the auction were not documented. So these were another additional points. And then they responded to say, we have taken action to remedy such occurrence within our work at BCC by forming of a disposal committee and inspection receiving committee. We concur with your audit observation on procurement and tendering, and you will equally agree with us that an institution needs competent personnel and staff to do a proper procurement. We now have a disposal committee and inspectorate receiving committee within the Banjul City Council. This was their response. And then auditors doesn't, because at times, as I said, because this is what the law said, it need to have a government auction, something, this is a law from GPPA. Mm-hmm. So if you said, yes, we are aware, but we need to have a competent person, we also develop our internal listing. So some of those things, we think there is no, it's for the readers to know whether you have, because this is law. So that's the status of that finding.
And it appears all of the procurement issues are laid at the feet of the Service Commission because they're saying they don't have competent staff. Throughout these queries that I have seen that deal with procurement, that has been part of the response.
Yes. For them, they will just be like, they don't have a competent procurement to conduct this.
Let me refer you to page 40 on budgeted payments. Mm-hmm. You have noted that payments of $394,276 were not budgeted in the approved budget for the year 2020. Mm-hmm. And then details of samples are below. There was a payment for commission on services for $138,166 to the chief cashier. Mm-hmm. And then there was a payment, advertisement cost for third party, XL Standard Company Limited, for $40,480. Then there was a payment to a security commissioner, commission on services, $213,630, and another commission on services, again to the chief cashier, $2,000. Before I ask you about the implications, were you in a position to tell what the commission on services was? Was it for the staff?
Yes. The names I'm seeing here, I believe they are staff. But when they said on chief cashier, yes, security commissioner, I believe they are staff. But the reason the commission, paying commission on service, that's why the auditors just unbudgeted, because we don't know why is it. So unless maybe.
Because it would indicate that the staff are able to provide services to the commission and get a commission from the transaction.
That is not normal in public sector. There maybe if it is, but this one there's not like commission on, because you are paid to do a job and then you do your job, you receive your salary. Exactly. Anyway, but that is maybe their response but this is why we flag it. Okay. And then implication, we said these violate the above regulation, which might lead to lack of funding to finance budget activities. And then recommendation, the CEO should ensure that payment made by the council are within the approved budget or through supplementary funds as per the above manual. And then their response is, on budgeted payments, these were as a result of wrong postings of budget head. The budget heads that authorize payment as per 2022 budget estimate for payment of commissions on service and publicities and advert is provided for your visual. Auditors were like, we were not provided with evidence that these were wrong postings to the wrong account heads, and no proof of rectification was provided for audit inspection.
Is it possible for such payments to be under wrong posting?
For them, that's what they said, because wrong postings mean, because for me, my biggest problem is, in fact, about commission on
Yes.
payment, commission. That's what
Services.
we don't understand. And then they say it was a wrong postings, but nothing, no evidence has been provided to us on that. Well, auditors, we always want to give the benefit of it. If you say this, we want to documents to be, so that we can be clear about what actually has taken place.
Okay. At paragraph 3.5.2, you have noted payments of $200,000 without supporting documents to Banjul Relief Initiative. It says the payment was made on 20th June 2019 with payment voucher number 352 in respect of COVID-19 emergency support to the Soma community. And you had some other things to say. Can you run through that?
Yes. For all expenditure, appropriate payment voucher must be completed by the finance staff. The payment voucher must be accompanied by appropriate supporting document. So in this case, we noted a payment of $200,000 without supporting documents to Banjul Relief Initiative. The payment was made on 20th June 2019 with payment voucher number 352 in respect of COVID-19 emergency support to Soma community. According to the finance manager, the community of Banjul formed this association to provide support to the citizens. We could not establish how funds were received and disbursed by the BCC. Our implication, we are like, in the absence of supporting document, there is risk that the payment is not genuine. There is risk that this payment was from council fund without being budgeted in the approved budget, leading to excess expenditure. And then the response was the payment paid to Soma community was from the funds mobilized by the Banjul Relief Initiative and deposited to council on behalf of the initiative. So auditors were like, no supporting document was provided for our confirmation. For them, they were like, the fund was raised, mobilized by the Banjul Relief Initiative, and they paid it to the council account. But there is no supporting document for that, as far as auditors are concerned.
Pages 42 and 43, you have highlighted payments that were not verified by the internal auditor.
Yeah.
And these payments amounted to $4,583,000 and $28.83 batuts.
Yes.
When you check, a lot of these payments were salaries and wages. The sum of $449,310 and 12 batuts was paid to the chief cashier.
Yeah.
Actually, several payments. Another payment of $305,000 odd, $527,000 odd, $678,000 odd were all paid to the chief cashier, and a payment of $299,000 odd was paid to the acting finance manager, and all of these were without supporting documents. Can you shed some light on this?
Yes. Section 504 of the Finance and Accounting Manual for Local Government Authorities state that all payments must have been properly analyzed and certified by a relevant officer, including the internal auditor, before they are passed to the chief executive officer for payment. The director of finance and his team is responsible for the preparation, but the internal auditor is there to verify and certify before it is taken to the CEO for the payment. The council made several payments without evidence of verification by the internal auditor. So this is the payment amounting to $4,583,028.83. If you see payment of salaries, yes, there might be genuine payment, but the issue here is the internal auditor has a responsibility to vet all these payments. If there is any error or anything, he can bring it out to the attention of the managers to mitigate the risks. But in this case, there is no evidence that the internal auditor has, verified these payments before they are processed. So there is risk of lack of adequate supporting document or detail occurring with the affected transaction, which might not be detected and correct on time. Because if these payments were not properly supported, the errors, whatever happened, it will go undetected if it doesn't pass through the internal auditor. So that's the reason. So management responded, they said action taken to avoid such occurrence, forward to the internal audit department for verification, acting director of finance. So what they said, they were like, it will be forward to the internal auditor for internal audit department for verification. I don't know, but it should have passed through the internal auditor before the payment. But now they're saying they will take it to the internal auditor for that for verification after the payment has already been effected. Yeah.
But would it be fair to say that, or to assume that the only reason why salaries, if it's genuine payments, why salaries would be paid to the chief cashier for those amounts, or the acting finance manager would be if the salaries are going to then be paid to the staff in cash?
No, yeah, that's another thing. The council, I know this was the chief cashier, some staff receive their salary in cash. Even though I know in the central government at some grade you can't, but at certain grade you can still receive in cash. So I know they're still paying some staff on cash. So these are maybe the payment done to the chief cashier to be able to pay those who are on cash. But the issue here is, even with that, it should pass through the internal auditor to verify, so that if there is any abnormalities in the payment or whatever, he will flag it. But if you do it, the payment has taken place and you said now, we are taking it back, because like the payment is done, you are just doing it retrospectively. The objective and the purpose is defeated already.
And would this also pose a risk where you have raised issues of payroll, or where, if you're saying the establishment register has issues, it's either incomplete or there are ghost staff? Would it be fair to assume that where such salaries are being paid in cash, it is difficult to know whether some have been misappropriated or not?
Yeah, and cash payment by naturally is of high rates. Cash payment by, so that's why the internal auditor need to be part of the process, so that he can flag if there is any risks, rather than coming back after the process. Coming back after the process, that's for external auditors.
Just to take you back briefly about the 200,000 payment in respect of the COVID emergency support, do you find it usual, in respect of perhaps other councils, for private individuals or private initiatives like that to pay funds into council accounts?
It's not, because council is different from the reason. Maybe the auditors might not, because we don't just want to say it is wrong or it is this.
No, but wrong, but is it usual? As it is in
no, it's not. No, it's not. With other councils.
Yes.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not usual. And then if you see it private, this thing being paid to councils for, it's an area where auditors has to find out why, the documentation, the reason. And then, so if that is not clear, so we definitely has to flag it. But it's not usual. It's not a usual thing.
Thank you. I refer you to page 45 on deduction of withholding tax. So we've gone through several contracts with BCC ranging several millions, and you have pointed out that no withholding tax has been deducted by BCC in respect of any of these contracts that you have reviewed. Can you tell us what the implications of this are?
Yes. According to the Section 89 of the Income and Value Added Tax Act 2012, a person who retains the service of a contractor or subcontractor to carry out work or supply labor or material for carrying out the work shall withhold tax at the rate of 10% of gross fee or other payment made to the contractor or subcontractor in respect of the service. So, but during this, we noted that the council did not deduct withholding tax from the supply of goods and services for the period under review, and non-deduction of this withholding, the implication is a violation of Income Tax Act, Value Added Tax Act. And they responded to say BCC management has started implementing the deduction and holding tax due to government through GRA, and respecting the protocols of withholding tax. The director, they said now they started doing it. So that can only be confirmed in the subsequent audit.
Okay. You have pointed out an issue that we have pointed out previously with another witness, which is overdue acting appointments. And you have stated several staff, about 8, I believe, that have been in acting positions for several years. And you have stated that it is out of order, essentially. Can you tell us about this?
Yes, according to the overdue acting appointment, according to the general order of the general order, stated that 02203 of the general order stated that where any officer has acted continuously in a post for 6 months, the Public Service Commission shall automatically approve he or her substantive appointment unless an advertised report is submitted on he or her performance or conduct. So during the audit, we noted that several key positions at the council were on acting appointment for more than 6 months in contrast to the above general order. There were no report on staff performance or conduct. So their names, like some of them have been, acting for a long time, very long time without being, So the implication is the practice of keeping appointees in acting position well beyond the required period and without assessing the staff might result in underperformance without notice. And then we recommend that they should review the affected appointment with a view to regularize the appointment as required by the general order. So their response was, this is a valid observation. However, sometime in 2020, a directive came from our line ministry, the Ministry of Local Government and Land, that councils do not have the mandate and audacity to promote, terminate, or dismiss any staff. Subsequently, a communique came last year, meaning July 2021, that councils can promote and hire from grade 6 downward. We are waiting for the ministry's directive and approval to kickstart the process of confirming these positions and officers. We have started engaging the ministry and recently we wrote to confirm the new director of finance. Now, the remaining positions and portfolios will be treated accordingly in due course. Please find information attached for substantial fees. Auditors further comment, we have not received any evidence during and after our audit exercise to confirm that the council did write to the ministry concerning about the above issue.
Thank you.
Yeah, they said they wrote to the ministry and then all, but we don't have any evidence of that, so we can't.
Very well. We were able to confirm some of this from the ministry.
Yeah.
Under debtors, receivables, page 49, unrepaid loans, you have flagged unrepaid loans of 40,000 owed by 2 non-staff at 20,000 each. The repayments were due several years earlier, but is still an issue. And you indicated that issuing loans to non-staff might lead to non-repayment, leading to loss of funds to the council. And the council responded. Can you just go through the response and any further comments?
Yeah, the reason some of these things are strange, but this was since 2013. The reason why we flag it is like because it's been appearing on their financial state balance. Sorry, on their debtors listing. That was the reason why we flagged it. Since 2013 has not been recovered, and then issuing loans to non-staff might lead to non-repayment, leading to a loss of funds to the council. And then again, their response was the loan allocated to the 2 women was in respect of a council resolution to support the 2 women selected by the government to go to Mecca, and a resolution to that effect was passed. The people and staff concerned were engaged for possible recovery. Furthermore, the query is noted and council will improve means of recovery. So this happened since 2013, but it's just in their books. That's why we just bring it out so that at least they can regularize it, either to write it off or, do something about it.
There was also staff loans of 136,429, which were not repaid, and the staff are no longer working with BCC.
Yes, 136 were not repaid. The staff were no longer working with BCC, and no evidence was provided to ascertain that efforts were made to recover the loans. Now, these were, the two of them were 2017, and then the other three were 2019, but they were all former employee. The other one former councillor, and the other one the contract was terminated. And they said the loan allocated to the two women was in respect of a council resolution to support two women selected for the maker. So they are just reporting the same thing. But the reason is like we are trying to bring out here, if you are giving any loan, there should be a loan policy, there should be a guarantor. So these are serious internal control weaknesses. Because public fund, whoever is to benefit, has to be a bona fide staff. And then again, even if it's a bona fide staff, there should be policies in place so that if the person defaults, you'll be able to recover from the guarantor. So that's why we brought in some of these things.
And I note that the two of the persons listed are former councillors,
yes,
not actually staff of the council. In your experience, is it usual for the councils to give out loans to councillors? I might not know, because I think the councillors are, you know, for us, if at all there is a policy, that councillors has to be this weekend, but we don't see any policy, so why can't? So for us now, it's just a flag that it has been issued and then the road is defeated, and there is no, we don't see any document to see that they are recovering or what else, and they are doing about this. Okay. You have stated at page 55 that BCC did not have, well, to the effect that they didn't have an assets register because no assets. You said, we note that assets purchased for the years 2019 and 2020 were not recorded in their respective fixed asset registers. Yeah. Did you see an actual asset register that would have had assets that were purchased in previous years but were in the register as at the date of the audit?
Yeah, the findings say we noted that asset purchase for the years 29 and 20 were not recorded in their respective fixed asset register. And then their response was, oh, they haven't responded to that.
Yes, there's no response.
Yes, that means maybe the asset register is there, but they purchased assets in 2019 and 20, and then they are not recorded in that register. That's what the finding is talking about. But you know, they haven't responded. Otherwise, then that will give us a clue. But by going through the report, by going by our report, it assumes that it's just telling that maybe the asset register was not updated. They purchased assets and they didn't include them there.
The page after that, you have stated that you note key information such as the insurance policy and date of disposal of assets were not included in the fixed asset register. So what I'm trying to find out from you is if you recall during the course of the audit whether there was actually an asset register. Were you presented with one?
Because the finding, I didn't see any finding about the unavailability of what they're saying, because this is what the asset register says. They should have the date of accusation, the cost, the description, the location of that, the insurance policy, and then the date disposal and the condition. But they're saying the assets purchased in 2019 and 20 were not recorded in the asset register. So what that implies is the asset register is there, but these assets were, because asset register can be there, not meet the requirement, because like most of the key things are missing, or maybe you are not updating it. Because it's just a book or a template. You can develop it and then if you are not updating it, it's as good as not in place. So that's what they're saying. So if at all it is not there, I know that one will also come as part of a separate query.
Okay. Page 57, on the governance review, you have stated that the council did not provide minutes of meetings of the council and or other documents for the years 2019 and 2020. We were not availed with personal representations of personnel of the council during both planning and fieldwork stages of the audit, even after several requests. Can you tell us about the implications?
Yes, if you look at it, this is a requirement from the General Council, and then The council did not provide minutes of meeting of the council and or order documentation for the year 2020. We were not able to have personal representation or we were not availed with personal representation of personnel of the council during both the planning and the fieldwork stage of the audit. The implication is in the absence of minutes of meeting and discussion with the personnel of the general council, it will be difficult to assess the effectiveness and efficiency of the council. So management response was this. Management response, we have started on a whole scale to take and document all minutes of all meetings within council. Starting from the general council meeting to a contract committee meeting, we are producing and documenting all minutes. This has been implemented since around the end of 2020 to date. We are receptive of the benefits and the legal ramification of these minutes going forward as an institution. It has been a typical issue for BCC management and taking its stance to stem the tide of lack of meeting. We've coopted secretary to the deputy mayor, Fatoumata something in all committees and general council to take minutes. The auditors further comment there should be a council clerk as required by section 44(1) of the Local Government Act 2002, which states that there shall be a clerk of each council who shall be appointed by the Local Government Service Commission. Therefore, BCC need to hire a council clerk as per the act. So what happened was there was no minutes, but they agreed, they said if they will. But again, during our audit, we also, apart from the management responsible for the day-to-day, we also like to have interaction with the councillors, so that some of the governance issues, so that most of these issues will come out clearly. But we made that request so that we can have that interaction and listening from the councillors and get their view about the governance structure, but it wasn't possible. It wasn't possible. So that also contributed to this problem, these issues.
And it would be fair to say it has a financial implication as well, because councillors are paid also per sitting, and where you cannot verify that the sittings did take place, any amounts can be paid. Yeah.
Okay. But minutes should be the evidence of sittings or meetings or
on page 61, you have highlighted the non-use of softwares. The council spent $456,000 on QuickBooks accounting software and integrated HR and payroll system. And you have stated that there's a risk that the money was wasted on purchasing these softwares because the softwares were not being used. Can you tell us what was their explanation?
Yes, because that is it. If you use money, public money, to buy a software and then you are not using it, well, then that means the money could have been used for something. The implication we say in the absence of a risk management policy, the software, right? Your finding is about the software.
Yes, the QuickBooks software,
okay.
the payroll software.
3 point what?
Sorry.
Page 61.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, on used software. Okay, that's fine. We found that on used software, so if you spend this money on of 456,000 and then it has not been used, then there is a risk that money wasted on purchase of those software could have been used for other activities to benefit the public. And then recommendation, management should provide genuine explanation for not using the software after spending much. They responded to say management will engage Kubejara to restore the service so that we can start using that well-built software package. That was their response. They said they will start, engaging that one for them to start using it.
Interesting. I don't know whether the commissioners have any questions for the witness.
Yes, Honorable Fall.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That all council funds are to be lodged
into a consolidated account as per the Local Government Finance and Audit Act of 2004. And furthermore, any funds that have to be expended or spent has to be done in line with the financial and accounting manual. And
That's
that is,
correct.
yeah, and that is for all funds.
Yes. That's
Because the funds that are used for the development are collected within the locality and used for the development of the locality.
yeah.
Are you aware of the fact that there are other partnerships that council has with other outside institutions that are providing funds to the council? I will come to name them very shortly. But what I want to know is if funds are collected or received on behalf of the council from another institution, shouldn't they not be in the consolidated fund? One. And then secondly, we have 3 projects at the Banjul City Council. 1 is the EU project. 2 is the city of Banjul sister city, Banjul Osten sister city. And thirdly is the Refala project. And funds are accrued from these projects to the council for the betterment of the citizens of Banjul. So during your audit exercise, have you had the opportunity to audit these different projects? Or are the funds of this project or the funds accrued from this project amalgamated into the consolidated fund? Thank you.
No, these Rafela and then the EU, because projects are there, each and every project, it will depend on how it has been designed, because even at the central government level, for example, there are projects, funds, they are public fund, I must agree, all projects are public fund, and any project that comes to the council, it comes because of the citizens, not at personal level. But when you come to the audit of the project fund, at times it will depend on the agreement. Some will say it will be audited by private audit firms. Some of the donors will even have their own auditors that will come and then conduct the audit. So when it has to be audited by National Audit Office, then we will be informed about the project, and then during our audit, then we will conduct an audit on that project also. But these things has not come to our knowledge, as far as I'm concerned, that they are other, because even government, they will write to us, or at times the Auditor General will write, but most of the time they will write to us to say there is a new project, and then we are writing to the Auditor General Office to conduct an audit. And then some of the donors will specifically mention that it will be audited by National Audit Office, but some of the donors will have their own auditor. They can say it can be audited by private audit firms. But as far as these projects you've mentioned are concerned, there is no review or no documentation that come to the attention of my team to say that it should be audited. It's like we don't have we don't come across any documentation or get any information, any formal information about this project. Yeah.
What about if some of the council's funds are used in the implementation of these projects? Do you, for example, do social auditing so that there wouldn't be any form of duplication of procurement? I have a project that I am running, and then I have the council that I am running. So I can go and purchase 75,000 wheelbarrows from the project. And then at the same time, I can use fictitious procurement to get 75,000 wheelbarrows from somewhere else when it has already been paid for by a project. So that's why I'm asking whether in the course of your audit, have you kind of discovered any parallel spending? Because I know we know, all right, evidence is coming in, that there are some funds from councils that have been used in some of these projects.
Yes, as far as I think the only ones we flag will be, for example, when you say the payment of this to some are no supporting documentation, payments made without supporting documentation. Maybe those are some of the things that we can, okay, we saw this payment, but we have no idea why, because documentations are lacking. Because what I want to make clear, that is why auditors, they will be like, you should have a strong management in place, because it is the responsibility of management to make sure that there are strong controls mechanism in place, so that if there is any irregularities or whatever, it can be addressed by coming up with an internal auditors and then all the other stakeholders. Because external auditors, we are external, we are outside. Our work and this thing is limited. And then most of these things, if they are happening, and then maybe you don't have any correspondence or you don't have any information, it is difficult for you to know. So that's why even if you look at one of our query here, lack of minutes, and then access to counselors, because these are some of the things. For us, when we go out to audit, we will have an interview with the Director of Finance, the CEO, the chairperson or the mayor, and the councillors. Various councillors, those in the finance committee, these are some of the things that we wanted to have an idea. So if at all we have that opportunity to say, but there is these things happening also, then auditors will be able to do further work and then even request for those documentation. But if you don't have that opportunity, you are only confined to the documents, the public fund or whatever. If I thought there are other projects that you haven't seen any correspondence or that you haven't seen any file about it, you are limited. So some of these things we'll just be hearing people talking about it here and there, but you don't have most of the after the audit. It's just that maybe when you go back again, then you can try to, consult certain people or whatever to have an idea and then dig into it more. But for the period under review, for this period 2019-2020, I know the audit team doesn't come across any file concerning to those projects or any correspondence for us to be guided.
Finally, my last question. You did mention the issue of the rates register and also the trade license register. The rates register is based on the Rating Act, and valuation of properties are done, and then each property is assessed, and based on a percentage of the assessment, that is the rate that the ratepayer pays. All right. In your audit exercise, have you been able to reconcile the invoices, collection against the valuation in the register? Because if a property is supposed to pay $5,000 per annum, in actual fact, when the receipt is made or it is made or the payment is made, when you reconcile, I'm not saying that you do a forensic exercise to look at each and every one of the payments, but have you been able to discover any anomalies where a rate is pegged at a certain amount based on what is on the register, and then less is paid?
Like what's supposed to be paid, somebody paid lesser than what's supposed to be paid. I think that is why even if you look at one of the queries, there is issue with the valuation issues. The team, and then they will say the rates areas or the amount collected cannot be verified because we don't know, the actual value that has been that's supposed to be paid, and then the amount, and then how did they determine the areas? So these are the financial issues that made us to express this disclaimer of opinion. So you look at it. These are among the reasons why we even express a disclaimer of opinion.
And one of the biggest areas of leakage of revenue is not more on rates, but on trade licenses, businesses. That is where most of for example, in the city of Banjul, it is the rates from the commercial areas that are subsidizing services in the community, because the rates that we collect or the rates that the council collects from the citizens is very minimal. But then when it comes to trade licenses. That is where the problem lies.
Yeah.
Properties are assessed, but then when it comes to collection, it is undervalued.
Yes, and this is the reason why internal controls is key, by appointing an internal auditor that is competent. Because the internal auditor is the council on a daily basis. These are some of the things that he will have an idea. So his report, or when the external auditors are there, these are some of the issues that you can do. It's not possible for external auditors to come. We have to design strategies to ensure that if there is any fraud or whatever, our procedures should be able to detect it. Because external audit is based on sampling. You don't take each and every file. So when we go at times, it's risk-based approach. Documentation is a problem. I think as part of our key audit matters, we've highlighted this. The constraint that we have, documentation was a challenge. This is for the readers to know that we are limited. And based on that, we cannot express an opinion. You request for certain documentation, maybe some of these things you're talking about, even the Rafela things or whatever, maybe there might be documents. I'm just saying maybe. There might be documents. But if they are not coming to us, there is no way that we can know what is happening at the council. So we'll be limited. So having strong, right people at the right place always help an institution. Because that's why the internal auditors should be strengthened, and then they should be competent enough. Because they are part of whatever is happening in the council, they have that privilege to know and work with the external auditors, and then for us to corroborate and then come up with the findings. Otherwise, it's not possible any external audit to bring out all the abnormalities in the council within that certain time frame, because it's based on sampling. Yeah.
Finally, I'm surprised that you are not aware of all of these projects that are going on. And I think there should be some kind of a good partnership between the National Audit Office and the Ministry of Local Government, Regional and Religious Affairs. Because council cannot engage any international partner without the approval of the ministry. All international arrangements, twinning arrangements, sister arrangements, projects and so forth, have to be approved by the ministry. Even if the ministry doesn't approve it, they have to be informed. So they are in the know. And they should also inform other stakeholders like your institution.
That is fine, but yes, but from us as external auditors, that is normal, because even if there are projects, you don't know the integrity of that project, the project arrangements, you have no idea, because we only review the policies or files review, and then that will tell us what is happening or what each and every transfer or project should be operating. And then if it is deviating from that, then we will flag that one. And then if you go, the file submitted to you, you have your interview, and then nobody talk to you about a project here. Because even if there is a project, to say that all projects should be, some project might even open a separate account. But there should be that accountability. Either the council finance will manage it, or maybe they will appoint a project accountant. So when that happens, then fine, you can know. But if I come here, there is a project in this hall. I'm outside, I just came. I don't see any file. Nobody talked to me about it. It's not possible. It is the responsibility of the people appointed here to make follow-up and share those things with the auditors. Then the auditors can come up with audit strategy to see if there is any abnormalities. Again, that's why our reports, we are very open when it comes to this thing. I've been telling you some of my strategies. I don't write, but I'm confident in saying this because I know the effort that I made even at personal level to be making follow-up with the relevant people at the ministry as far as councils are concerned. And then when my team are in the field, the effort we will do to talk to people who are not even non-management staff, because for me, at times I will say the information that I got from the management can be biased or whatever. But I will tell my team, at times the information you got on certain matters from the cleaner is more reliable than the one that you got from the CEO in some areas. And then we make sure that the councillors, different councillors also, our doors are open. But you will meet a particular this thing, there are a lot of corruption going on here. And then you want to have an interview, because interviews are part of the audit procedures, and they will not tell you anything. They will not bring any evidence to you. What can you do? And then any audit finding you are writing, write it as, even if you are asleep in the wake, you will be able to defend it. Audit reports can end up being in court, and it's all evidence-based. So you don't just operate on hearsay. It's the people in the management, competent people, who will be able to share information with you during the audit, and then you apply your audit procedures to get it right. So maybe this is the difference. If it is an investigation, that is another thing. The police can go do that. But auditors is just based on procedures, and then we don't go outside that. We are also careful when conducting those things. Yeah.
Any other questions? No questions? All right, I have two questions, Mr. Tarawale. During the course of your findings, did you find out whether there is distinction between the role of the CEO and the team and the councillors?
Yes, I think it is stipulated in their various policy documents, because for us, we will just go, we will look at the act. What does the act say as far as the CEO? What does the service rule say? What does it, and then based on that, yes, we will. And then, yes, we are aware of that as auditors, the role of the CEO, and then the role of the councillors. We are aware of that. So that is why, when we are there, we'll make sure that as much as we engage the CEO and his team, but we will also try hard to have that interview and then that interaction and this thing with the councillors as well, so that we can get other information that might not be readily provided to us by those responsible for the day-to-day administration.
Yes, my last question is in relation to what my colleague have asked with respect to some of these projects. You do realize that some of these projects are subvented. Okay. So is it part of your role to make findings about those subvented projects in a view to finding out how those projects have, executed their project in the municipality? The reason for me asking this question, because the subvention is coming from government, and that subvention is taxpayers' money. Yes.
Yeah, our responsibility, audits and investigations are different. When we write our engagement letter, is to say, to provide any document or any information, to provide it to the auditors. So when we get there, during the file review, interviews, collaboration, and then this, that will tell us if there is any project or any other activity in the council. But during that, if you don't come across any letter in the file, none of the stakeholders, let's say the management staff, inform you about these findings, you have an internal auditor in the council who should be preparing reports for the council and the ministry on a quarterly basis. You don't see these things in the internal audit report. We review the monitoring team from the ministry, their report, and you don't see these things in that report. And for the 2019-2020, there was a committee set from the ministry. I can't remember the detail, but it was a bulky file. We reviewed that, and you don't see anything of that nature in that report. How can we just say there is a project here, and we need the reports of that, without getting any of this information from the insiders in that council? It will be very difficult. And then again, these reports are sent to all the oversight, and they don't tell you that, but there is something that you need to look at. It will be difficult. They are discussed at the National Assembly, and they didn't tell you about there, because we need to be guided. Otherwise, we might go and then found ourselves wanting, being unethical and unprofessional. So we are very careful when conducting an audit, because audit also has procedures, and it's all evidence-based. This is the challenge as auditors. That is why, if we are limited, then they can go and then conduct an investigation by sending the police to go and then conduct a special investigation.
Thank you so much, and I believe that this is a convenient point to stop, and we'll end the proceedings for today, and we will continue tomorrow, Mr. Chawale, at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much, and we can rise.
Thank you.